the light, daylight. Dawn comes as a surprise. I am so hurt, I see heaven's light. Through the chaos, you're still on my mind. When the sky falls down, we'll make it out together. When the world is here, we'll disappear forever. When the
to live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Welcome to OMEN VALORANT Challenger South Asia. अब इस दिन के लिए हम कब से इंतजार कर रहे थे
हर एक एंगल में चैलेंज किया जा रहा है
And VCSA head up का support, head up with the board.
and it opens a 3K and MSC shut down करते हुए Revenant और एक और बार
The champion, it's Team.
Good afternoon, folks. It's Survivor Sunday, and you are watching OMEN VCSA Split 2. As correctly pointed out, my name is going to be Fixes. I am rather joined along with somebody who resonates my emotions, scared yet. Because today, we will have two teams taking an exit from Split 2.
And I'd say, on the contrary, there would be two teams who would still be in the Colosseum to survive through the brutal lower bracket. Because I 100% agree. Four teams that we witnessed in the past 2 days perform, but not up to the mark, I'd say. A couple of them facing the behemoths, couple of them facing two other giants, eventually coming down to the lower bracket. I think so it's going to be even more difficult in terms of the pressure now, because all the way back in Split 1, you had multiple chances. It was a round-robin format, but this is a double elimination bracket, and there are no second chances now.
Exactly. There's no margin for error in this one. You either win to survive, otherwise you go home and wait for Split 3 as we take a look at the prize pool. Folks, it is going to be 29 lakh plus. The first, in fact, the winner taking away the lion's share of 12 lakh plus. The second getting 6.4 lakh plus. The third receiving 4.4 lakhs, and so on, reducing down to the 7th and 8th, getting 80,000 plus. So everybody walks away with some chunk of money whatsoever.
Yeah, it's always going to decrease all the way down to those lower positions. But as you rightly mentioned, the fact is, if you are here participating in Split 2, you are not going to go back empty-handed. Yes, with the broken hearts, but that's a very different scenario. But, you know, overall, most of the teams will obviously try to fight for that first place, but let's be very real. There are many teams who are still on that learning curve, who are still trying to understand how to perform on such a stage under so much pressure against some big giants, right, that stand, who've been playing in the international leagues as well. So yes, it sometimes becomes a bit more difficult, but I think so this is a big learning curve for most of these teams.
Of course, I mean, it's always going to be a challenge, and that's what you're supposed to be prepared for. Because when you take a look at the journey, so today we will be covering Global Esports Academy taking on Asterisk. That's going to be match 5, and then up next we have .exe taking on XOIND. So that's going to be an interesting one as well, because when you look at Global Esports Academy, they lost to Reckoning, and for Asterisk, they had to go up against the giants, the behemoths, Velocity themselves. So not even being able to pull off a single map shows concerns for both these teams. But Global Esports Academy, I think they have shown improvement from Split 1 to Split 2.
I 100% agree though. Yes, the scoreline, it was all the way back at 2-1 in Split 1. Right now it's 2-0, yes. But in terms of the scoreline of both of the maps, I think so it was very competing. So I think so Global Esports Academy overall, in terms of what they've shown currently, have got a higher end. But you know, I still would not undermine Asterisk on the other end, because it seems that even though they were up against Velocity, the ideas that they were showcasing, the way how they were approaching the round, those were actually very good. In terms of the execution itself and in terms of those aim duels, that's where I think so they're lacking a bit. But I don't think so that's going to be a big problem against GEA.
I mean, we do not know yet because what both these teams will be putting forward, but we surely know who are going to be playing. So let's take a quick look at the roster of Global Esports Academy. We've got Risen, we've got NB2K, we've got Keyboard, we've got UV, and then it's gonna be Lil Boy. So we've seen NB2K being pretty smart with his callings. We've seen Reason, we have seen Keyboard. They have had their moments, but NV2K, I think the duelist of this team, it relies a lot on how he's going to be playing. But against Reckoning, we saw they came up with a very, very different agent composition, which almost, you can say, did catch off guard the players of Reckoning, but since they put out 2 Sentinels, they could easily counter them.
Yeah, Reckoning had phenomenal ideas on their defensive half as well, and we were discussing that if in case the scoreline was a bit different in terms of the first half of the game, maybe we might have seen some OTs as well in that one, but it's absolutely fine. There were some fun ideas, but there's a fun fact that Smokey was playing yesterday. I don't think so he's going to be playing with the team today. Maybe it's Lil Boy, as in the roster it was shown up, but for Asterisk, I don't think so there's any change here.
Yeah, we've seen the likes of Hart on that initiator role being really good, but Ice definitely will also be on Bullet 1 and Yash also. Because there have been moments where Asterisk going up against Velocity, yes, everything was stacked up against them, but they still showed heart, right? They wanted to fight, they got a couple of rounds, but then again, the argument does come in. Was Velocity even try hard?
That's a big question, right? I'm actually looking at the stats as well for that previous match that happened on day number 1. The fun fact is, Yash had technically the 3rd highest ACS in that game, combining all the 10 players in that one. So it clearly shows you that he was outfragging a lot of players from TNT. It just came down to that entire team fragging department where the rest of the players, they've got a bit of a catching up to do. Hart was showing up a bit, Prime as well, but they had their own moments. But in terms of consistency, yes, that's where they are lacking. This team has actually shown up all the way from Pro Morello, so I really don't want their journey to end right now.
Exactly, you know, for both these teams, especially considering they've got young players, all of them rookies, they're trying to make their strides, and they have been improving. If you look at their previous performances, there's definitely that improvement. But again, this league is so unforgiving that you have to go up against the likes of Velocity. You also have the likes of Revenant XSpark, 2 strongest contenders to win the Split 2 itself. They've had to go up against them. Even Reckoning, they look also deadly, so they do not have a lot of time to really condition themselves to go up against them. It all comes down to how they survive today and which maps they will be battling it out against. It's going to begin on Icebox. Next up, we've got Haven, and to settle it all, Sunset, the first Sunset, I believe, of Split 2.
Absolutely, the first one indeed. We have not even seen it in the map veto yet, even in the past 2 days. So I think so it's going to be nice to see what kind of meta evolution would be there on Sunset, because it's probably the first time that we'll see the Breach Teho composition maybe being pulled off on this one. We've seen Breach being pulled off all the way by EG as well from the North America, so it is a high possibility that you might want to put in Teho as well in this one. Plus, it's a pretty small map, to be very honest. So I think so a single duelist might work. But Icebox is an entirely different story. We saw this map last time when Global Esports Academy played. It went to OT against Reckoning.
No, interestingly, Asterisk, they've opted for the defensive side, and giving Global Esports Academy, of course, it's their map pick, and deciding and letting them attack first. So it's going to be interesting to see what sort of composition Asterisk do show up, and let's find out. Let's see what are they going on. Are they going on the defaulty compositions, or are we going to see the old meta Harbor and making his way? Do we see some chaos in mix, or it's going to be around? So a lot of questions, and finally the answer, it's going to be pretty standard, I think.
I mean, not exactly standard for Asterisk though on the other side with the Reyna and the Jet into the mix. They've put in the Sova as well, because you really need those recons and the owl drones for
it's
the
one of the older compositions, right?
Yeah, it's kind of the older composition, but with a new mix of Reyna. So I'm not pretty sure how that's gonna pan out, because T1 runs Reyna on this map, but they also combine the ISO and change a few things like their own tweaks. But we'll have to see how Asterisk are actually gonna perform. Rinsad will need to feel that aim. He need to be in that zone, because that is the idea with Reyna. Can't really depend on those layers, you need to depend on your aim. While for the other side, I think so for Global Esports Academy, again, sticking back to what they have been preparing, what they showed us last time as well. The only difference is that it was Smokey who was playing on the Viper. This time it's going to be Lil Boy. In terms of the fragging department, Lil Boy is a pretty solid player. But in terms of gelling up with the team and how they're going to perform together, let's be honest, they've had quite a good amount of time playing together by this time. I think that the synergy should be there.
Hey, given the fact that Smokey did have a decent performance the last time they went up against Reckoning, I think both these teams, especially for Global Esports Academy, the only biggest issue has been them in trying to be decisive in those latter phases of the map where they kind of tend to choke. If they can somehow overcome that, they still put a good fight against Reckoning. Let's not forget that, you know, both the games went quite competitive, but it was a different storyline for Asterisk. And I mean, Asterisk might feel it's quite unfair going up against Velocity, being pushed off to the elimination bracket. So this is where Asterisk have a golden opportunity to show the world what they're made of.
It's a fun fact to, actually see as well that Asterisk banned the map of Icebox themselves last time the map veto.
Yeah.
And this time they've allowed it to go through regardless of having the ward for Global Esports Academy's performance. Because this, as I said, it was a map pick of Reckoning when GEA were playing against Reckoning, and they still managed to push it to OT. If I'm not wrong, all the way back on that map, the scoreline was somewhere around 11-11, went on for Reckoning to go on that 12-11 map point, or rather the series point thingy, and then GEA pushed it for the OT. So yeah, they lost after that, but the point is, if we are just making, if you're just looking at the macro ideas for both of these teams, they both have got flawless macro ideas. So I don't quite know if Asterisk would be able to keep up with GEA on this one. I think so GEA might take this in the bag.
Let's hope so. And even for Global Esports Academy and all their fans, everybody just have their eyes glued, and a few tech checks going on still. Players already set up, just waiting for this game to begin. But that again, this is where looking at the past statistics of how both these teams have performed against their opponents, I think Global Esports Academy are the ones who've got the chips in their favor. But you never know. Asterisk, they might put up something very interesting, because I'm still yet pondering around the decision to go defensive first on Icebox.
It's probably just so they can get the maximum number of rounds on the defense, right? Somewhere around 4 to 5 rounds, maybe. If you're lucky, 6 or 7. 7 is something of, a bit far-fetched, considering how attack-centric this map is. So maybe they're looking, or rather they're eyeing out for those standard 5 rounds on the defense, and then tweak a few things along the way when they're on the attacking side. You want to be in the controlling pace, and whenever you're on the attacking side, that's where you actually have the control, because you can go for some fast hits, or if you want to slow things down, you can slow them as well. You don't have that luxury on the defense. So I think so, just to get that extra bit of control towards the second half of the map, that's probably the reason why Asterisk decided to go for defense first. Or I don't know, it could just be on a whim. They're like, what do you want to do on Icebox defense?
No, whatever rocks their boat, right? Who are we to complain? But that being said, folks, a little bit of more delay before the match begins. We'll be tuning in for a short little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere.
The world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आधा है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जो अभी तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna be, pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than an average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. goodbye to the rest of the world. I am the Raja. Bhedega to utega janaza.
All right, it is game time, folks. Global Esports Academy versus Asterisk. Global Esports Academy starting on the attacker's side, while Asterisk opting for defense. Let's see how it goes.
Holy smokes, we were literally the eyes and ears of that samurai armor on the map of Icebox.
Yeah, quite literally.
That literally. And that's probably what it feels like to ascend to the higher dimensions though, but some beautiful auroras out there. Maybe we're gonna see the game for both of these teams as beautiful as those lights in the sky, because these teams would really love to see some.
Global Esports Academy intending to head around the A site. Asterisk, however, have got
Aggressive.
3 men deployed. Rensat playing a little aggressive there, spotting out 2, but the third will come out, get the kill, but Yash gets a beautiful trade and a second as well. Global Esports Academy again on the back foot, but still intending to go for the push.
They have an idea that Yash is absolutely low in that HP, and Heart is actually going to anchor either towards mid and B, because that's what the setup looks like. So there still is technically a doable round though, 70 for UV, and now they're going to go and execute.
Yash not having the best of HPs. He's in. He's got him quite deep. Around the screens, Prime going for that swing, spots that gun out and takes the shot. Of course, Global Esports Academy gaining some ground. UV now in a one-on-one against Heart. He's shown a lot of courage there. Spike being planted already. Heart coming with full HP. He's got just 3 bullets on that Sheriff. Needs to connect, and he will. UV being the hero for Global Esports Academy as they get the pistol round in the bag.
Crispy shot from UV. The trades were absolutely perfect. Rinsart wanted to play aggressive. Again, that's what you need to do when you've got a double duelist composition with a Reina. Was not able to do anything. Yash capitalizing on the back of it, and then a good call from Global Esports Academy on the other end. Recon dart revealing the Viper on top, and then eventually the trades going back and forth. UV 3K and the savior for the team. The back of it, a couple of Bulldogs now. Should be simple enough. A martial investment from Yash along with the Sheriff in the hands of Rinsat. Now that's interesting to see.
Quite difficult from Global Esports to opt try and push B, as UV being the lurker over here against Rinsat. Shots being exchanged. No major damage done. Oh, Lil Boy almost messed up a couple of shots as long as he gets the kill. As now there you have it, NV2K finally trying to infiltrate, will get the success as Global Esports Academy quick kills, and now they've got the site to themselves. Spike planted. And for Asterisk, it's just Prime against 4 players of GE Academy.
Can't even do the eco damage at this point. So maximum weaponry that's going to be lost would be simply a Spectre. And Lil Boy, he's got the range advantage as well. He's playing all the way towards the spawn to get this pick. Season.
Scanning ahead.
Prime has decided not to take that fight. That's fun, that's interesting. Kibo.
Oh, there you go. I mean, he was just trying to delay the inevitable. Global Esports Academy, an easy win in the anti-eco, and now they will be heading on to their bonus. Still, a lot of those weapons intact.
Yep.
And for Asterisk, this is the round where they need to make that comeback.
There's one outlaw investment as well, and a couple of players, Rinsat and Yash with a half shield. Both the duelists who are technically supposed to take that first contact, and with the way how Asterisk are playing, they're going to try and maybe push out mid out there. 3 people from the mid. This might get explosive.
Yeah, nobody's. Yeah, nobody's actually be watching that. And, they've been read like a book for Asterisk. Really got with their pants down on that one. Did not work, and that's also a weapon drop, but still area secured. Nothing really much to worry about it as Global Esports Academy, they staged their entry on towards that B side. NV2K on the higher ground. Will take that fight against Hart, but Hart just a step ahead. Still some retaliation coming in from Asterisk side as of now, as the spike has not been planted. Look at this, Lil Boy venturing too deep on towards A, and he's gonna find this side completely vacant.
4 people still standing. It seems like a bonus conversion as well, because the Spectre is going to hurt up in close range, and UB is going to play all the way from far back, and every single player now has got the HP that can be taken down by one shot of that Outlaw. I think so this round could very well be done and dusted unless Asterisk can pull the rabbit out of the hat.
At this point, it's going to be so difficult, but they will have to commit.
Got the Viper wall though.
Yeah, they do. Did spot out that Nano Swarm. Gave the position away. Trying to trigger that defuse. Will get the turret down, but Bullet, that's a nice nutty shot.
Outlaw down.
Yeah, and now Global Esports Academy being ever so patient. Just trying to spray through. Lil Boy will find success.
Half done.
Yeah, half defuse triggered. Hard out of ammunition there. And gets punished by Keybo. And there you go, Global Esports Academy not breaking a sweat. Get their third round, and in fact the bonus round on the board.
That's been an insane bonus conversion for GEA. The first round looking iffy, but still brought back by the hero. And UV again being the player to set the pace up for Global Esports Academy by taking Yash down in mid when they were walking out. And I mentioned it in round starting fixes that the Outlaw, a couple of players with the half shield will take the first contact. And that Outlaw still continues to be a nuisance in this round as well. Not a single shield out here. Or rather, 3 of the half shields.
Interesting. For Hart. I'm starting to ponder if he's really going to go for that swing. UV, he's locked and loaded.
Yeah.
Just waiting. They've got all the time in the world to play around. Asterisk have a scarcity of their loadouts. Not have those resources also do them. But for GE Academy, they really slow the pace down. A little bit of that impatience, and Lil Boy punishes Hart.
Just playing a bit more aggressive. Yash on an off angle.
Oh, gets 2 already. Something that Global Esports Academy weren't really prepared for, but NV2K responds back in due fashion. And just like that, obliterated is the squad of Asterisk.
Phenomenal. Yash also invested the Blade Storm in that. To be honest, that 1-2 setup of Rinsat and Yash was very solid. But they could only get 2 on the back of it. And now Bullet all alone with 20 in the magazine as he has Stinger in the hand.
Oh, he's gonna get outplayed, isn't he? Proper crossfire setup, and Global Esports Academy, they're looking strong than ever. Transition from split 1 to split 2 has been quite good for them.
At least, even from day 2 to day 3 now, if you really think about it. With the domination out here. The early opener. Just an elbow being spotted out of Hart when they were sitting down at you, while Yash providing a good opening to the team with Rinsat.
Oh, this one was good.
Absolutely. Because again, NV2K said, if your Jet can do that, I can do that too. Maybe better. Asterisk call for a timeout now because they really need this round fixes. If this one goes out of hand, and that would basically mean economy for the next round will not be there either. They're already caught in that economic death cycle. So Global Esports Academy will run away with at least 6 rounds.
They've been having a lot of issues with trying and gathering information. Asterisk, as Global Esports Academy seem to just know that yeah, the players are going to take those try peaks, and they're punishing. And UV, he's been so good so far.
Yep.
In the 4 rounds that we've seen, he's gotten kills in every round. Now sitting as the highest fragger. As a lurker, he's doing his role pretty well. But now we can see a little bit of changes in the setup. Once again, Asterisk, after the timeout, they have a buy. 3 men deployed at A.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Viper's probably going to play over towards the mid as well after deploying the ball. Though there's the turret activated. There's 3 ultimates right now. Reckoning available, lockdown as well as Viper's pit. So you can get the site empty with the Reckoning and hold it down with the pit of Lil Boy. no ultimate whatsoever for Asterisk, so it's going to be brutal gunfights. And nothing else apart from that. And this is the first time Global Esports Academy have shown their face over towards the B side to deal with the Killjoy setup, though both the Nano Swarm still standing yet. Shock Dart did not catch any utility.
Yeah, 3 players, instant turn around. They send their Killjoy back to mid. And they've got Rinsat along with Yash and also Bullet present. And now they're constantly racking their heads up. Where is Global Esports going to hit? Because Global Esports, they have been dictating the pace so far.
Yep.
Slowing it down, doing all their due diligence, and then getting that entry, and now finally Reckoning being deployed. It's going to thwart the players of Asterisk a little bit as NV2K just trying to dive in. Get some more area control as Risen. He gets the plant also set in, and instant Viper pit follows up.
We've also got the lockdown available to try and delay any kind of push that might actually come in. They're actually going to invest it in this round. Now that is indeed surprising. 5 more seconds. Yash is way too far away.
Punished. But still, at this point, everything against Asterisk. All they've got is the man advantage. How do they get through this fortress set up by Global Esports Academy? Bullet intending on trying to defuse. Shock Dart is all it takes as Asterisk, they come with that response out of nowhere. Just flood in, swarming on the site, and now Kibo is all that remains, and Hart, he's gonna get that final kill, but it is still going to favor the players of Global Esports Academy. Look at that. The bomb exploding. And Asterisk, despite wiping out everybody, still could not beat the time.
It would have been heartbreaking for Global Esports Academy if that round would have gone to Asterisk after they've invested 3 major ultimates in that. The lockdown, the Viper Spit, Reckoning for the opening. Could have been absolutely disastrous, but right now, that disaster is going to come in the name of that outlaw in the hands of UV. All the players with the half shield. It's going to be so problematic though. On the other side, Empress already used up Heart 1 away from the lockdown. Maybe he'll get that off after a pick, or either he gets picked off by the outlaw. I like the idea though. No one this time around showing any kind of attention in mid as UV holds that angle.
Just look at Global Esports Academy. Not rushing things, they're taking their own sweet time, building up, letting the players of Asterisk make those mistakes, maybe catch them off guard. And then when they deem right, that's where they strike. As for now, Risen, some information gathered. Yash, back off a little bit. Pepper down, nothing connecting, just spot shots. Trying to maybe wallbang through it. But now, looking at Global Esports Academy, they're starting to huddle up around B.
They're playing weirdly slow though, but finally they're starting to change things up. It's gonna be B hit, Heart's gonna be in a problem, or maybe that sends out towards Lil Boy Kibo. Which on that trigger trades him out.
30 seconds left.
Does. Snakebite also deployed. Bob Bullet is gonna hold on. Needs to buy some time. But Global Esports Academy, they're not gonna give them that inch of space. NV2K quite aggro. He knows shots coming from the side, still not passing through the wall there. As now Rinsat, he's got an opportunity. Needs to find those skills. He's on his Empress. Let's not forget that. He just needs to start rolling. Kibo to spam through. Finally Asterisk go in for the retake. Rinsat gets that first opener. Hunter's Beauty being committed. Kibo still finds some kill. Risen and NV2K they follow up, and NV2K will wrap things up. And Asterisk completely in tatters.
They tried to push all the way up, and even after that, Rinsat just, it's not enough. He got a couple of picks out there on the back of the entry of Yash though. That's about it. Prime, Bullet, they've been struggling a lot in this game. 1-6-3, 1-5-0. That's not the kind of start you would want from at least your Smokes player and your Initiator, because their job is to go in for the trades, and they're the ones getting picked off. That wreaks trouble.
Yeah, it's not looking good for them at all.
And the Outlaw is still continuing even in this round.
Yeah. As long as there's no crack, why do you want to even try and change things? That's the mantra for Global Esports Academy so far.
It's been working.
It's been working. So, no need to fix it.
Fun fact. Kibo is again one away from his reckoning.
Yeah.
And Global Esports Academy have been weirdly playing this game so very slow.
Ooh,
And
nice.
the second I say that.
Yeah, I think Asterisk had to do that.
Yep.
Slowing the pace down, they need to catch them off guard, and given the scarcity of resources, not have the best of weapons, not all of their utils also being bought. Now Global Esports Academy, they've had enough. Trying to venture in on towards the A side, will meet against 3 players of Asterisk. So NV2K needs to create that chaos before they go in for the dive.
30
Almost
seconds left.
leaves a gap out there. Worried about that though, already through the smoke. Just kind of a snake bite to try and stop the players though. Wins that with a 1-1 trade.
Oh, look at Bullet though. With that stinger, finds success, and there you have it. The defender KJ lockdown comes in, so Hart got some time, already triggering the defuse as Kibo still fighting till the ends of time, but the plant really not helping from where Kibo was positioned at, and that's how Asterisk, they managed to squeeze in around, and that's a thrifty.
Indeed, was a thrifty. I love the idea. They used Kibo's go with self to half stick the defuse, killed off the players who were actually having an angle on that spike, and then eventually the couple of players who were left had absolutely no angle. Just because of how late the execute was, Global Esports Academy were forced to plant safe. And if you're planting safe, you will not have those angles on the back of the lockdown, and a beautiful lockdown by Hart pushed every single player out. But this one seems to be explosive. Rinsat wanted to go for the AWP, but the shock dart snake bite combination delayed it.
Oh, but look at this, NV2K battling it out, objective on display as Rinsat. He's gonna get that quick trade as Global Esports Academy still pour in, still will fight that spike planted. Kibo is not gonna delay any further. Now Bullet, that was a nice strike, a snake bite, and there you have it. Players being taken down, but Risen responds with his own, as now Risen taking on Arm, but UV also prepared, stepping up along with him, a 1-on-2 situation for this young lad. Touch it out, the crossfire is in position already. He knows both the players where they are, but they're giving him that due time, and the moment they find some room, there you go, get the kill, and also the 7th on the board.
Still trying to go for 1v1, probably wanted to get one pick and then go for the ultimate, but just could not do that. The bombardment of utility with the snake bite as well as the shock dart, absolutely impeccable. And the investment of reckoning as well in this one round, even though Rinsat found a good trade when Yash was picked off, it still just was not enough, and another buy round going in for Global Esports Academy. Just one round dropped till now, and the outlaw still comes out. To be honest, they probably should drop an outlaw in every other round and keep it there with them. It's been working like a charm.
I mean, what do we say about that? UV's just feeling himself on that weapon, and as long as he gets those kills, nobody to complain. But this time, Asterisk will change in how their setup is. But there you have it. Entry on towards that A side, NB2K on top, and Prime does not have the best of weapons, eventually falls. And there you go, the plan does come in, and now suddenly Asterisk does not have the best of buys, running low on that, but Yash will respond, but quick trades from Global Esports Academy to instantly shut them down once again. A 2-on-4 situation, down to the last player now, Bullet. Just helpless, a stinger and a dream. And all he can do, the best possible scenario scared, if he can somehow pick a weapon and get the hell out of there.
Seems to be impossible right now. Probably want to drop him down dead, and that's exactly what's gonna happen to Lil Boy. Will be the one to get that trade. 8 on the board for Global Esports Academy, and they seem unstoppable. It's just like they are playing so very slow that Asterisk have got absolutely no opportunity, and fixes the second and the last timeout used in the first 9 rounds. That just reeks of trouble.
At this point, Asterisk, they've pretty much been their punching bags for Global Esports Academy. They're just enjoying themselves.
Yep.
Completely in control of this game. There was that one round maybe where you felt like Rinsat, he wanted to do something out of ordinary. He did find that success. But eventually, Global Esports, they do have the contingency measures set up. At this point, Asterisk opting for another timeout. A very bold call at that. And they need it desperately. They need to change things around. Of course, we understand it's attacking side, but Asterisk really need the next 3 rounds.
To be honest, their strategy of pushing all the way out towards the A was kind of helping them at least in the early numbers. It's just that mid to late round call, that's where Global Esports Academy are having that advantage, or rather are just out-calling the members of Asterisk.
There.
They're playing it far too slow, taking their sweet time, and then going towards the sides. And their ultimate cycling is phenomenal, because Lil Boy is just 2 away from his own Viper's pit now. I think so maybe an orb and a plant. As well have a pit to be invested. Yash pushing out pit this time. Lovely spam. He's down to 66 HP.
Yeah, the turret aptly set up just for him. Spam following, and now Yash has to think 10 times before maybe going for another peak. That gives enough room for the players of Global Esports Academy to venture out on A once again. Will be met by Heart this time though. He's made sure that he's got all his utility set on towards that A site.
Found them.
Has risen. Nothing scanned by Outrun yet. Heart, Resin's given. Yash on the back line.
Big reveal.
Got that high ground, and that is a good ultimate. Coming in, Lil Boy already picked out of it, and a lot of information being shared. But now Global Esports Academy, they're looking for those quick trades. They want to go a little aggressive, and NV2K, he gets those shots. He gets it all connected, and one after the other, just
30
dismantling
seconds left.
Asterisk to their very core. Absolutely shaken they are as the spike plant does come in, and UV is gonna get the cleanup. All rests on Bullet, and he's gonna be doing nothing about this as Global Esports Academy cruise through 9 rounds on the board.
Not even a single wall was up at the time when the execute was done. Global Esports Academy are now just out aiming the members of Asterisk. It's not like they're pulling in some kind of magical strategy out of the book. No, they're just simply going in for the execute. NV2K, the spearhead of the team, moves up forward, followed by the rest of the players too. Kibo, Lil Boy, Ryzen. The good thing is that they're moving as a unit. They're not letting just only the spearhead take that entry and then leave him be. They're always trading you 1 for 1.
Exactly, even when they have one of their players taken down, they have nothing to worry about. And now it's just a stroll in the park for them. Or maybe Heart has other ideas on mind. As UV, oh no, this is disgusting. This is absolutely mental. What they're doing to Asterisk. They're dirty already, and now it seems like it's just another ranked game where
Last round
I
in
feel
the
like
half.
the lobby is quite unfair.
For some reason, just throw this outlaw away and probably pick 2 or 3 operators that we had. At least for 1 round. Again, a fast-paced hit by Global Esports Academy, and conventional of them looking at the half that they've played. Always slow, always collected, waiting for any kind of push-outs from Asterisk, and then in the last 40 seconds, they were deciding where they want to go. But in the previous round, they decided we only have 40 seconds from the starting of the round, let's just jump him. They did, and steamrolled on them.
Look at this, the last round, they've got 3 ultimates to play on. Global Esports Academy, just so good, can invest into the lockdown, and they will. And Heart,
They should run.
yeah, he's got some idea there.
No.
He's just waiting maybe to find one big maybe. Try to spoil the flow, but look at this, Envy already deals a massive amount of damage. Heart just 1 bullet away from getting dealt with, as even the Viper's Pit comes out. And this is gone from difficult to nigh impossible for Asterisk. Barely surviving in that, just on 1 HP, as NP2K just floating around the map. As Risen and Lil Boy get their kills individually, and Lil Boy just follows up with one more
Player standing.
as no answers being posed, and Prime completely helpless.
They're trying to find him with a Bucky on the face. This is madness.
Switching sides.
NV2K, the player who's basically been picking them apart one after the other alongside with UV, decides he needs to throw away the Vandal or a Phantom, whichever he was carrying, picks up the Bucky, which was an investment of Asterisk, only to just destroy them. Now that is sick, but there's one more thing that is sick, and that's going to be the laptops that Omen offer. They come with the Intel iCore processors, and again, RTX 5080 of 16 GB, that to NVIDIA GeForce. What else do you need? Guess what? They've also got the Tempest Cooling Pro. That means it's not going to heat up. It's going to cool way too quickly. Probably better than the ACs that we have at our home.
You know, for oldies like me, simply put, it's the top of the line, the state-of-the-art features, and all you can get, and you've got really good offers running through. So make sure you head on and scan the QR code, get it all set up as Global Esports Academy. Quickly want to squeeze this first map for themselves, this time on the defensive side. Asterisk, they literally have no room for space. They will have to win every round here so on. I mean, it's almost a dunzo game. It's just mere formality till Asterisk. They maybe have something else to offer.
Gives you enough time to scan that QR code and check out all the offers. Because for oldies like you, they also have good amount of cashback options.
I mean, for oldies like me, if you earn well, you're just gonna have a good deal on that. So, yeah. But if you're still out on a budget, we do have the Omen 16. Might as well check that one out as well. But for Asterisk this time, Yash showing some heart into this, gets those two early frags and gets that third one as well. And this time, Bullet is also gonna double down, but UV, what are you gonna do about him?
Again?
Brings it down to a 1-on-1, and the spike has not been planted yet. 20 seconds on the clock, and Bullet seems like wants to catch UV off guard.
He wanted to, but now as soon as he taps in, UV is going to make his move. Is he going to break the hearts of Asterisk again in this entire map? Seems like the reposition is better, and Bullet saves his team from utter embarrassment. 1v3 almost into the making, but still, Asterisk survive.
Yeah, live to fight another day for Asterisk as, this time, you know, Yash, just forgetting what happened in the previous round, dropped it off his shoulders, just went in. And then you had also Bullet following up, and being the Clutchmeister over there just gave some time. But is it going to be enough? Because looking at Asterisk, they've committed in. NB2K on the Bucky. This one quite aggressive. He's not going to find just one, but get another. And Lil Boy also follows up. Look at Rinsat. He finds a trade, but now he's going to quickly evade from that situation. Spike drop down just inside Raj.
Look got the weapons.
Oh, Rinsat. This time, that little crouch peek does help him out. And the numbers really not favoring Asterisk, but they have Rinsat on that Guardian. Has to be the difference maker.
Will he be is the big question. Bullet so he's got the Vandal in his own hand. It's all gonna fall down to how much delay can Kibo bring in on the table. Risen, UV, both on flanks.
What a rising!
Kibo, he knows the players are there. Just trying to buy time. At this point, giving them that space, giving them the feeling that yes, there's nobody, but slowly coiling around them.
From kitchen?
Yeah, and Ryzen, he's got a Spectre on him.
Oh, I love what Kibo is doing. He's making sure and giving the info to the team that they're not rotating over towards A from spawn. I think so that's big.
Spotted out, around kitchen. Risen, very close, yet so personal. There you go. Little mistake being made. Could have been a double pick, could have gotten a trade, could have used those numbers, but now it's all out in the open. But there you have it. UV is gonna take a dig. Rinsat prepared for that. This time Kibo, that classic gets a trade and almost ending him. Had it been any other weapon, maybe a little chunk of damage, this could have also favored Global Esports, but Asterisk barely surviving by the skin of their teeth in that round.
The right click magic almost doing its thing. But I have to point it out, UV, as soon as the wall dropped, he just went behind the container, leaving Ryzen all out there in front of that one member that was bullet. He's like, I'm out of here, man. You deal with it. I'm not dealing with it. You know what? I'm here for the clutches. And it's fine. A pretty silly round out. Eventually a very solid play by NV2K, but it's absolutely fine now. It's an aggressive start from Yash this time around over to you.
Doing something out of the ordinary, but so will NV2K. Global Esports Academy have been constantly proactive on their defensive rounds. Going very aggressive the previous one. Finding the start, finding 2 kills, getting that follow-up from Lil Boy, but now look at them. Asterisk got no space to maneuver around, and that head thing through the wall. Otherwise, it was a kill, but NV2K, he seems to have soaked up a lot of damage himself, but still so relentless, finally gets punished.
To be honest, he had so many opportunities to actually go back. A bit of an overheat out there and a good punish from Asterisk. Prime, though, himself is pretty low in that HP, only 28, but as long as he stands, those out drones and the recons and the information will be there. He's only one, though, but what a shock dart from Ryzen. The lineup is nasty.
Go out in the open. Princet is going to be unforgiving for that one. UV Risen trying to get those trades, trying to keep the numbers intact. Now it's a 1-on-2. Princet already on the Empress. Needs to make work of this, but UV's not going to give them that inch of space. And there you go. Just like that, Global Esports Academy converting their buy into their round. And now they're sitting on the map point.
That was a full investment from Asterisk as well, so they're not going to have enough for this round. Big problem out there. First hard being picked off. Sad though, pick on those trades, catching not just one but rather 3 in that round overall. But I love the way how Bullet played. He waited for UV to get that contact on the Reyna, and only then he would peek, not giving that individual 1v1. Lovely discipline from the rest of the pack. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be easy for the MVP. Oh my god, this time it's Judge, this time it's even crazier weapon, but Bullet punishes.
Yeah, this time they were conditioned for the very same intervention being posed at them. Asterisk NV2K already out of the picture. Start draining more around. Now Josh around yellow. Lil Boys ever so adept at that response back, but Risen with that Hunter's Fury. That is disgusting. UV's gonna follow up and no room given. And Asterisk, they have been clobbered down, bullied, battered, beaten in the first map itself. As Global Esports Academy, these young rising stars, they might have taken their time, they might have struggled against Reckoning, but now they have shown the world what they're made of. Beautiful Valorant on display.
Absolute titanium, I'd have to say. Just felt like this is a different Global Esports Academy that we were watching today versus what we saw from them yesterday.
Yeah.
Couple of moments where they overheated, yes, over eager, it's absolutely fine. Sometimes those are also necessary just to set your team up for, you know, not making any major blunders out there. But a very solid play, to be honest. It just seemed like they had full control of the entire map, and I think so the fear that I had in the starting of today's day, it actually came true. Icebox, it better would stay in that ban section for Asterisk.
Yeah, that could have been done, but at the same time, I'm still trying to wrap my heads around the fact that Asterisk did opt for a defense, because I mean, had they started off on the attacking side, maybe they could have squeezed in more rounds, maybe things could have been different, but trying to do something out of the box, it really fell flat.
I 100% agree. They just had nothing to work around in their attacking rounds though on the other side. I think so that's a very big problem, to be very honest. And there were quite a few rounds fixes where it was Asterisk who found the first opener, but then Global Esports Academy ended up converting them.
I love the layerings they had in their executes, right? Even on the attacking side for esports. The timings, look at them, you know, they were very slow timings there, they were very slow entries, they were just waiting for maybe somebody from Asterisk to get impatient, go for a dry peek, and UV was just punishing them. And eventually you had NV2K, he was feeling himself, he was connecting all the shots, And it was just not him, right? Even UV, Lil Boy, they were all doing their job. They were getting the site secure. There was just that one round where they made a panic plan, which kind of went against them. But barring that, I think Global Esports Academy looked quite sublime.
And it's going to be the envy for the team as the MVP. Out of the 17 kills he has, he's got 6 first kills. That shows you what a solid spearhead he was. 19.4% headshot percentage. It's absolutely fine because his damage per round was 195 with an ACS of 303. The team was setting him up for success really well, and I think so it clearly shows you how much trust they have put in this man, and he's delivering it.
And it's just not a one-man show, right, when you talk about Global Esports Academy, because when you look at the stats, look at how 11 out of 12 post-plan successful. And for Asterisk, I mean, they did not even have that much time, or they could not even push or prolong this game to further venture out, maybe have a few things here and there working out for them. And G Academy, they were just better. This was their pick. This was their turf. They have been playing in this map. They've worked on their mistakes, and it's clearly visible the amount of improvement they have shown over the course of time.
Fun fact is that there are 12 rounds in the attacking side.
Yeah.
They planted the spike in every single one of them. And that clearly shows you the strength of how comfortable this team is on the attacking side. There's one player with over 300 ACS, the second player who's almost touching the 300 ACS, that's UV. He was singing his praises all around, and again, he's got the maximum number of finishes, or rather the kills in this entire server. Ryzen as well falling up pretty well. On the other side though, both the duelists on the double digits, and then not even a single player hitting that 10 kill mark, and that is concerning. And that is, to be honest, a big sign of concern, because now I don't quite know what's going to happen on the next map, because this kind of domination, it's not just winning you a map, it's also winning you that confidence, and it's also breaking the backbones of your opponents.
Yeah, I mean, for Global Esports Academy, like, I loved UV because of what he was really doing right from the very start of the game, where he was just clutching it out with his Sheriff till those mid rounds, and his love for Outlaw. We might have to ask him about that, but we'll do all of that after this short little break, because the next map is on its way.
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss, no loss, no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Welcome back, folks. After this short little break, you are watching OMEN VCSA Split 2. As we are heading on to Survivor Sunday, we have already completed one match of this best of 3 series where Global Esports Academy just cruised through Asterisk in their pick of map. And now it is on to the second one. It's going to be Ascent, and this time along with me, I've got a rather complaining Necro.
Look, after looking at that previous game, I'm pretty sure everyone's going to be complaining on what exactly was Asterisk planning to do. They went for a double duelist composition, but it still felt like the aggression in some rounds was clearly missing. And then they started things off on defense. That's one of the main reasons why I'm so disappointed. And let's talk about the second half itself, right? Yeah, I do understand already Global Esports Academy had a massive lead in their hands, but still when it comes to the second half, they won the pistol round. And then you move on towards the anti-eco, and clearly in that round itself, you saw they were missing a lot of that confidence. Hopefully in the map of Haven, though, that confidence is going to be back, and they're going to be back inside of the game with a complete clear mindset. You guys did see the agent composition too. And just like that, we're going to head in towards the map of Haven. Asterisk starting things off on attack as Global Esports Academy will kick things off in defense.
Indeed, and looking at the setup, you already have the Devo and the Breed set up around A. It is going to be a flood. And I think Asterisk, they're going to take their own sweet time.
Off the rip, a bit of that presence was shown towards A. But after that, we're not really seeing anything. Still the players slowly and steadily maneuvering towards the A site. Asterisk, they've got a clear plan. They just want to move in towards A, breach in, find some sort of control. Global Esports Academy, it's going to be a tough wall to crack. Asterisk still, somehow, they have managed to squeeze quite deep, specifically on the back of that Yoru, but they have got no clue. There's man in the left side, and he might just be someone that can do a lot of potential damage, but still Asterisk, they're winning majority of these duels. Trades did happen back and forth, but in the favor of Asterisk, and now they've got 3 players standing, while Global Esports Academy just with 1 man left alive. NB2K, this man does have a lot of that clutch potential, but he's taken down way too low. 10 HP in hand, not a lot of bullets in the magazine either, and NB2K will be shut down in the end.
Asterisk finally understanding that overthinking is not going to do them any good. In turn, they respond back with just flooding onto the site, overwhelming Global Esports Academy with numbers, and getting the round secured. Now heading on ahead, you could see GE Academy, they have been limited with their buys, so of course a stack around that A side, completely leaving C vacant, and that is where Asterisk seem to be headed at.
Without a doubt, Asterisk, before moving inside of the split 2, they went through a complete revamped roster, getting 4 new players on the board, but that's also costing them the team synergy and team communication. And you can clearly see it being an issue at this moment. Let's not forget, this is the elimination bracket at the end of the day. Whoever loses this matchup gets eliminated from the split 2. You cannot afford to lose it. Asterisk, they need to give it everything they've got. And they're definitely trying to their best. A back and forth trade, 1 for 1. 4 players left alive on each side, and Asterisk, they've already found the presence and the entry towards the C site. It's also going to get the spike planted. Beautiful shot from Yash, shutting the man down in the back lines. You'll be taken care of, but this Bucky can be deadly. Yash chipped off low. This Neon has been a constant problem maker, but eventually Yash is the man to put a full stop. And Global Esports Academy getting absolutely dismantled. But since it was an eco round, we can give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. And even for Global Esports Academy, little interesting opting for defense. Pretty sure they have got some ideas in their head. This time around, 3-man setup at A by G Academy. C left to Lil Boy. Just playing around the garage alongside UV. So B right now completely open. Having just Vice there. All the little setup over there. It's a little bit of a bot line. Trying to gather some information. Nothing secured so far. As of now, look at that quick rotate from Asterisk. They're headed at C.
And in my opinion, this defensive start makes a lot of sense too. They like to play defensive, and you clearly saw the example of that in the previous game itself, but hold on to that thought. C site undertaken. Wow. But Asterisk, they're getting absolutely shut down. And it's all thanks to this one man, Lil Boy, just dominating the entire site, getting a nice 4K in the end due to close things off. Lil Boy just popped off in that one, and he's the only reason why Seaside is not in the hands of Asterisk. But once again, back towards the conversation that I was trying to have, right? You saw a clear glimmer, you saw a clear picture that Global Esports Academy likes to play defensive, and that's why they started things off with defense on this map itself. And now that they've also won the buy round, it's going to give them such a massive advantage on the board.
Really, just dealing with aggression, with patience. All the utility, especially that paranoia coming out, was so instrumental, just setting Lil Boy. And Asterisk wanted to again try and overwhelm, did not work out. And look at the change in pace. NV2K decides to just aggress through mains. And Bullet, the big question is, does he know this is going to happen?
Add patience and defense, and also a bit of those mechanical skills, and that right there is an unbreakable combo. Big mistake from the Euro. Yash cut off instantly. Global Esports Academy already taking care of the entry for Fragger. The spearhead missing, but they still do have Rinsat. And let's keep this thing in mind, Asterisk is still playing with a double duelist composition, but the entry duelist is not in the game anymore, and that's going to be concerning.
Look at this. Alright, he's given so much information. You already know, Kibo, he has an idea. Could be around the sewers. But look at this,
no.
Asterisk, they headed towards B. Crossfire already set up. Risen is present, Lil Boy is there. Now Asterisk, they have no answer.
The sniper snuck past NV2K, and NV2K now! He's got a massive advantage. The relay bolt as well. It's gonna do its job, and NV2K gets the 3K! That flank was insane, but even Bullet can have the striking chance, but maybe not. He was expected. NV2K snuck past that Cypher, and even he snuck past NV2K. But Global Esports Academy's game presence just better.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, they are just too good. Especially with how NV2K really capitalized. But look at this shot.
Unfair, straight up.
That's not supposed to happen, but this wasn't supposed to either. The Cypher having no clue that NV2K has just gone past him. And that is where their graves were dug. And now heading on into this round, Asterisk, a heap of pressure already. They decide to quickly transition through the garage, and it seems like Global Esports Academy, they're already prepared for this.
Yeah, for some reason it feels like Asterisk, they're just not careful enough. But at least they have managed to utilize a great paranoia to try and isolate that duel, but he still gets shut down. Bullet not in the game anymore, but eventually they still win those duels towards the side, and that's going to help them retain the control. Global Esports Academy, once again NV2K with the flank. Someone stop this guy. He's constantly flanking them. He's all over the place. He's all over the map. He's in their heads at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I get the idea of having all your men up, but there was nobody on that lurk. And NV2K given so much room, and you could see, right? But creds to Lil Boy. He has been phenomenal so far. Be it with the spokes, be it with the paranoias. He's been doing everything right. Alongside that, even UV, the sheer coming out, just isolating the players. I think Global Esports Academy, they are playing everything down to the T.
The decision was made in a flash. The moment Cypher was picked off, and luckily enough, the Cypher was picked off the rip as well. That's when the flank really started to come into fruition.
Finally.
But this time, NV2K and his shenanigans, they've been shut down off the rip. Finally, they expect the aggression, and the man has been taken out. And it's not just any takedown. Even the operator inside of the game is not there anymore. So NV2K definitely does let go of a lot of value. But Lil Boy, even he had those intrusive thoughts. He really wanted to give in, but he did not. Instead decided to play it a little bit more safe and try and play defensive for now. Read the opponents, know exactly what's going on in their heads, take your sweet little time, and then come up with a strategy. But look at this push towards sewers. 3 players pushing in tandem. This can be extremely deadly, but maybe it's deadly for the opponents. Global Esports Academy messing up big time. And Asterisk winning every single duel they took. Just tapping on the skulls. This time, once again, Bullet gets snuffed out. The man's just getting mechanically diffed. QV's the only man towards the C site. He needs to hold it like an impenetrable wall. But is his position expected? That's my question. Probably will be as well. There is recon dart available, and that is used. Position known. Last man standing, it's Lil Boy, and he can't really do a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he did connect that shot, but unfortunately, the shields were up for Rinsat. And I think kudos to Asterisk this time. They were good with their preemptive fires. They knew that Global Esports Academy is going to be seeking a lot of information. They're going to make those aggressive maneuvers, and they had their players positioned at the right place at the right time. Especially that push through sewers, and Hart did a pretty good job at that. Just trying to limit them off, and now heading on. We can see that few ults are up, especially from Asterisk side. They've got 4 ults. Cage trigger should be around where we see a lot of chaos happening. But look at Lil Boy again, getting restless, starting to maybe take that peek through the door. But Risen, he's gotten ahead as well.
Yeah, but the man's already snuck past, and they've got no clue. There's someone deep. And just keep this thing in mind, Ryzen can strike down multiple players with his presence towards this side. And there we go, both the duelists, the Enfried fraggers, not in the game anymore. Yes, there was a quick trade, but look, Lil Boy, when he was there to get the return trade instantly towards double doors. Everything just falls apart for Asterisk, but these combination plays that are coming through from Global Esports Academy, they're creating a lot of difference in the scoreline. Final 2 players standing for Asterisk, and even they're being expected. Global Esports Academy knows exactly what might just happen now. Bullet is not able to have a lot of impact on this map of Haven. Now it's going to be his time to shine. Beautiful stun. It's going to delay him a little bit more, and then gets caught through the spam. Bullet, he's got to be the unluckiest man in this entire game.
At this point, you're going to feel sorry. Now also spotted out, flashed, and
massive.
Hart knows. Ooh, did not have an idea that he's ventured in so deep. So all they're going to get is a plant. And a paranoia to follow up as, there you go, QB, no problem whatsoever. But you can clearly see, right, how well prepared Global Esports Academy are coming into this game. They have been showing so many different strats, so many different executes on the defensive side. It certainly gets me excited to see what they are going to be offering whilst they will be attacking. They've got an answer for everything, and the timings have also worked out so well for them, especially in this situation. Ideally, it should have been a paranoia follow-up and then Risen getting out, but Risen, if you just find somebody off guard like that and then give so much room for Lil Boy to act accordingly. And now they get the 4th, and it's the rounds coming on the defensive side. 4 rounds looking so good for G Academy.
It's just that split second making the difference every single time. This time it was Ryzen, previously it was NV2K. It was able to squeeze through that Cypher. And Asterisk, in my opinion, they're just not careful enough straight up. They just don't really have a proper surrounding awareness.
And the util usage, even when you saw the breach, just giving an aftershock, knowing that the Cypher is going to come out, the presence there, just spraying through the smoke, and they make it look so easy. And that is where Asterisks are getting diffed badly.
Yep.
In terms of their abilities, we haven't seen a sound cohesive usage of that, while G Academy are just so better.
At this point, it feels like taking down a team like Global Esports Academy, when it comes to tactics, it's going to be tough. So in my opinion, just go full-on aggressive. Just have a free hand inside of the game. Just go extremely aggressive. Push all the way through the site. And then in the post-plant, it's up to you how you want to play it. But just make sure you're not letting go off the flank as well. You need to keep your eyes on the lurk every single time. The backstabs have been extremely deadly, and it's been working out in the favor of Global Esports Academy every single time. Operator in play towards C, and a raw peak comes into play. Just gets shut down. And NV2K, this man is going to be unstoppable. Instantly swaps over to that Vandal. Global Esports Academy knows they've got a lot of funds. They can invest those as well. And now is the right time. Look at this man. He's created the off angle, does a decent amount of damage, instantly backs away. He's already softened up the player. Hart can't really do a lot with that amount of HP. Prime is the only man who's healthy enough, but a 2v5 seems impossible.
This is rather baffling at this point. Asterisk, they had 4 ultimates available, and just NV2K completely shutting them down. No avenue given, switches, his weapon, and will again resecure that operator once the round is over. As for Prime and Hart, having really no option but just waiting for the players of G Academy to maybe again initiate another push, and that's where
30 seconds left.
look to strike. 20 seconds remaining on the clock, and seems like it's just slipping out of Asterisk's hand at this point. Just trying to save weapons.
They don't even
10
have any other
seconds left.
option. They need to go for the save no matter what. And for Global Esports Academy, they know exactly that. In my opinion, Asterisk lineup can really feel on aggression, and they should use it. Now is going to be the time. It's now or never. The composition they've got, it fuels on aggression. You've got ISO, that can be extremely dangerous when it comes to a one-on-one duel. You've got Yoru, who can lurk and flank players easily as well if used properly, and also pretty decent when it comes to entering the sites. What else do you need? But they need to have those proper set plays, and that's what's missing.
Yeah, the synergy, the coordination completely lacking and hurting them off. As now UV, he's around the seaside, and yeah, we've been talking about those ultimates available for quite some time. Because they really haven't gotten that opportunity. Maybe Rinsat does.
Yeah.
A kill contract this time around, but who does he find? That's the big ask. NB2K still positioned around Garage.
No
Giving them that little
distraction.
space there. The kill contract deployed. Will find one. And it's going to be NB2K.
Oh my god,
but
almost lost
Rinsat
that.
Spike planted.
comes out with it.
Yeah, he almost lost that duel too, but luckily enough, now his HP is going to be restored as well, so it's all good in the hood. And since Asterisk, they've also got the man advantage on the back of that ult, it's quite insane. They've still got 3 more ults retained. They also do have the neural theft if they do want to utilize it, but since it's a 5-on-3, they should not go for any more investment. Personal can at least get one, and he is able to strike it with one. But it's completely fine as long as Asterisk is getting the round in their hands, and that's what they exactly do. That's going to be the 4th round on the board. Global Esports Academy this time around, they're definitely facing some sort of resistance.
Yeah, I think finally, you know, just on the behalf of using the kill contract, you get the site, you get it up, your teammates want to up. This is what more Asterisk should be doing from here onwards. Still are holding on to 3 ultimates over here. Would get the gate crash pretty soon, but on the contrary, you've got Global Esports Academy having a lot of their ultimates available as well. 4-on-5, this will be a chaotic one. Just like that, look at the change in pace. Now suddenly they decide to aggress B, and they realize that they're not going to find anything, but look at NB2K's positioning. Oh my god, this is disgusting.
He pushed him way too deep inside of mid and already got the advantage in the hands of his team. And this unexpected aggression is always catching the players of Asterisk off guard. But still, Yush himself was able to find a nice 2K of his own, but the flank with the overdrive, and no one expects the man to be there in the back lines once again. NB2K just strolling on top of the bodies like they don't even mean anything.
Really not pleased with that Armageddon usage by Risen. If Friendly Fire was on, could have also wanted his kill, but yeah, kudos to NB2K. That quick maneuver around that mid, getting the 2 frees, and then again aggressing from the back lines.
Yeah.
Asterisk, they have no clue about what's happening.
The funny part is he's been doing that from the start. Since the start, he's been flanking them the moment they decide to hit the C site. And they still have no clue when the man's going to be coming through. In my opinion, the Cypher just needs to stay behind towards the main and just hold it down. Instead of pushing towards the site, just stay in the back lines and let the remaining 4 players do their job. Cypher's life is quite valuable in trying to trap that lurk because NB2K is creating a lot of space. And speaking of space as well, he gets instant 2K once again. This man is unstoppable at this point, just fiddling with the foes, and even UV strikes. Steel Garden utilized too. That's going to force the players back a little bit more. Rinsat, he needs to be the difference maker at this point, but his position's cracked. And now Asterisk, they just want to move in towards the A side, but UV so quick on his feet, already rotating towards the side as well. Catches Rinsat. 1 more man to go. And UV, at this point, he's got the game in his bag, and that's it for Global Esports Academy. Beautiful stuff, 7-4. This is looking an unstoppable spree of rounds for Global Esports Academy. They've just got much more mind games than the players of Asterisks.
Yeah, mind games, combine that with a tinge of aggression. I mean, this little maneuver, gets back and then instantly engages once again. What do you do to a player who's at the top of his game right now? They aren't even able to show him that respect.
Genuinely speaking, that was a psychotic move from NV2K, but it still paid off.
Yeah, it did. He walked away with it, and he's gonna do that once again. This is absurd. At this point, Yash, he's just lost it. He wants to instantly use the Dimensional Drift, try and go in, but has been put down for now.
Global Esports Academy trying to showcase some sort of resistance. This is going to be an absolute mowdown. No one stands a chance. It's like the players of Asterisk walked into a meat grinder, and they got grinded through.
And just like that, we're done with the first half, and Global Esports Academy absolutely flourishing, shining, no answers posed. At this point, you know, you're gonna feel bad for Asterisk. They've been dipped so hard to the point where they're really out of ideas. And now, after the swap, kind of getting interested to see what G Academy is going to be putting in terms of the attack. NV2K, look at him, already sitting at 13 frags. 13 for 5, some insane numbers coming up. And for Asterisk, it's a two-man setup around B. Seems like they might want to venture out for information.
Yeah, they probably do. 4-8 being the scoreline once again. Just Global Esports Academy doing their Global Esports Academy things. And just playing with the opponent's heads. Yeah, Bullet was able to find one, but at the cost of what? They've pretty much just lost the entire map control, but they have the most important thing currently in their hand, and that's going to be the spike itself. Kibo wanted to create some space towards the A side, wanted to hand out the control too, but the man's a little too late. Since the spike dropped in towards the B side, look at Prime as well. I love this man's position. He's converting so many calls, but look at NV2K. He's once again going to be playing with their minds as he fights the knock, he fights the kill, but unfortunately gets knocked out of the game himself. And now the man's left in a 1-on-2. Kibo still is able to tap away against the first man. The dart's going to be scanning through. He does have a decent amount of utils too, but that's not going to make any difference. It's Prime 1 to take the game.
Yeah, I mean, all came off of Asterisk. Just barely clinging on, holding there, getting those early picks. NV2K making it look oh so deadly. And this time, finally connecting their shots. Live to fight, maybe for the next couple of rounds. As Global Esports Academy, we've seen this. In the past, they tend to lose on to the pistol round, and then they eventually bounce back during their buys. And from there on, never look behind. And this round, of course, the spike not being planted, do not have a lot of weapons. That's nothing, just a Bucky on NV2K, and Yash is going to make good use of that outlaw.
That's great. But let's keep this thing in mind. In the previous map as well, when Asterisk won that second half pistol round, they lost a lot of guns right after.
Look at him.
Judge up close and personals, of course, can have the most advantage, and the Neon is just looking to burst through, but this time will meet the wall. That's going to be impenetrable. Bullet, quick two-piece on the board with the back of that Judge. All the advantage now in the hands of Asterisk. Of course, they also have the weaponry advantage, so that's going to count at top. Now looking to burst on the B site, but how can you? You don't know what's in the other side of the smoke. And that's constantly haunting you.
One enemy remaining.
Too much time outside of B at this point, but still Yuvi at least was able to get one. It does not really matter though. Asterisk, they're going to continue to move on in the upcoming round with a bonus.
Yeah, the good thing is that if they decide or rather win this one, it might be an interesting game of Valorant. Really trying to even out numbers, the bonus round, paramount for Asterisk. Could then move on and even try and equalize. But this is where Global Esports Academy bounce back really strong. And look at NV2K. He's going to be such a menace. 3 men set up at A by Asterisk. B left unguarded. And Yash, he knows that their players moving around that A side, and he gets that fake instantly, moves away from that.
NV2K is now going to be the difference maker. He's got his hands on the Judge as well. Spots out the Omen, go for the teleporting. and even shuts him down too. A 3-on-4 in the makings. Global Esports Academy having the major advantage in this round.
Spike planted.
And they need to win the buy round no matter what, but Asterisk, if they still somehow manage to steal it away, then that's going to be insane. A beautiful shot from Bullet. That's going to cut off another player. Asterisk is now starting to do some serious damage. A 1v2 in the end. Yesh has got his hands on the Outlaw. Just needs to scrape through the surface, but he will be denied.
Look at UV getting that 4K. And Global Esports Academy have their players stepping up once again. A good round converted, but at the cost of a lot of weapons, so there will be the deficit in terms of the armors invested. But in this round, I mean, Yash did whatever he possibly could. But nice noticing coming out from NV2K, knew that the Omen was teleporting, and they instantly just hammered down that spot and cleared the side, planted it, and then it was UV's magic just doing that. And now he's got his own ultimate available. And looking at how things have changed, Global Esports Academy still poised at it.
Yeah. And also, the Cypher's got the neural theft available, so Bullet, he needs to stay alive. This information is going to be key for the success. UV was able to find the return trade, and UV is now starting to get some real deal done. And just like that, the entire site's going to fall in the hands of Global Esports Academy, while Asterisk, they're just left shaken and surprised.
Spike planted.
Bullet, the only man left alive. No back above his teammate, no cavalry available, and still the man's going to try to give it all he's got, but unfortunately, that's not going to be enough.
Such a good baited switch strat coming out from Global Esports. You've got NV2K causing all that chaos, all that drama, while those stuns do come in. And UV has been capitalizing on it. And you could see, right, how coordinated their attack was. Players also pushing from sewers, trying to draw all that attention. They clear the main, and suddenly take on the two players. They open up the site, and Global Esports Academy seems like they're back into their flow state. And suddenly Asterisk once again being pushed back. Not have a lot of nice weapons, but Yash is trying to pull off what NV2K did, and it will pay off. Gets two quick kills, but UV will find a trade.
Yesh has always been the impact fragger for this team.
Nice.
Asterisk have already done a decent amount of damage this time around. UV just has got 1 HP available, so even he can't really do a lot of return. Oh boy, the only man left alive, and yeah, not anymore. A thrifty converted, and this was desperately needed too from Asterisk. Finally, we're seeing a good composition. Finally, we're seeing some nice team plays and set plays from the side of Asterisk.
Yeah, this was much needed, especially Yash. He had to gamble, and it did pay off. He's just also walked scot-free there. Got those 2 quick kills, and now relying on his aim. Definitely Global Esports Academy weren't prepared for this onslaught. And now, Asterisk, they've got their economy back in place. As G Academy, they venture in a new page from their strat book. This time, it's going to be a hit on the Red Sea.
Yosh has got his hands on the Dimensional Drift, so that can be utilized for extra bit of intel. And let's not forget, even the Rolling Thunder in the hands of Kibo can be a difference maker. NV2K's Overdrive, I'm not exactly sure if he's going to decide to use it. But all those ultimates can definitely help the players of Global Esports Academy get that site control in their hands. And once again, a slow and steady approach. Asterisk, they're starting to push them deep.
Off your feet!
The flank might just be incoming, but the Rolling Thunder is going to catch a few players off guard. Asterisk completely messed up big time in this scenario, and the judge is going to start to click and do a lot of damage. Pulls out the classic, gets the kill. NV2K once again getting that 2-piece. A 3-on-5 in return. Asterisk in a big man disadvantage, and Hard's position might just be anticipated. There is a man, or actually 2 players looking in that same direction, but beautifully done. Manages to isolate that duel, and I'm not exactly sure what Yulu was doing in that scenario. But Asterisk still showcasing some tough resistance. 1 man left standing. Hard is the only player who can do anything at this moment, but even he gets shut down. For a moment, Global Esports Academy fumbled, They're definitely choking a few times.
The ace denied also for NV2K there, but still does not matter as long as the round gets secured. But you could see, right, the moment that Recon came out from Sova, he went in to gather some information. That is exactly when he was hit by the Rolling Thunder. Paranoia to follow up, and NV2K being so fast, utilizing that, and they just opened the site up. Of course, Brilliance by Heart did get those 2K, but then everything. Global Esports Academy, they had those numbers to overwhelm, or rather wounded Asterisk in that situation, just forcing them for a time out there. And what do? Their economy is still fine, but if they lose this round, Necro, then things are going to be very, very dire. G Academy, they're going to hit their 12th, and Asterisk, suddenly, the economy would be in tatters.
Indeed. And Global Esports just got the 11th on the board. At this point, the ship is way too far away.
And also, let's not forget that if they lose those next 2 rounds, they're out of this tournament. They're out of the split. They'll have to wait for the next couple of months.
Yeah.
So, a lot really going on in their heads at this point.
And in my opinion, Asterisk, if they keep on playing like this, we might just not see them in the Ascension qualifiers. Straight up. Because we know the point system really comes into play, and you need to be extremely consistent. And Asterisk, they need to pretty much not win or at least be in the top 3 to at least stand a chance to be there on the 4th spot towards the Ascension qualifiers. But right now, they're just way too far away from making that happen. NB2K, once again, with the shenanigans, wanted to push up close and personal, get real aggressive, but this time it gets shut down. And that shutdown was necessary. 4 on 5. Now Global Esports Academy looking to show their presence towards the A site.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. Players huddled up. 2 around the sewers, 2 around the mains. And seems like Prime, he's prepared for that. He needs to buy some time. He's giving them that room. Plant, but on the post plant, Hunters ready deployed as Asterisk. They're also manning up. Nice scale. This kind of sets up Asterisk for a retake.
But this Steel Garden's gonna do a lot. Ringset utilizing its ult and also winning that duel. This was desperately needed for the boys as well. Global Esports Academy now with just a 2-man squad. This clutch seems next to impossible, but still these 2 players, they're doing too much. Oh my god, also finds the 3rd one. Yui, this man has been the clutch meister, but no. Gets denied this time around. It got way too close to comfort.
Yeah, I mean, I had my heart out of my mouth for a moment. And I'm pretty sure Asterisk even did after having such quick early kills, after having so much of that control. Everything almost came crashing down for them. But for Global Esports Academy, they also need to be a little vigilant. They're slipping up those rounds. They're playing around with the economy. And slowly but surely, Asterisk is starting to build up. 2 more rounds and they could be back into this. And this is where you could see the improvement from the players. They know they're putting it all. Now they're starting to connect the shots. They're not giving Global Esports those early rooms where they were kind of floating around the map, restricted, and that has been helping them in getting these quick rounds. But this time NB2K is doubling down on the aggression of fast lane, and he wants to go on that overdrive.
Yeah, the man utilizing his ult also walked a little bit through that fast lane, tricking the opponents and thinking that this was probably a fake, but then instantly executes the site take as well. And now everything's starting to fall into piece. Global Esports Academy, this post plant is desperately needed. But look at Asterisk too, they've got so many utilities available. And with those utils, they can definitely go for the retake without any problems. But only if used correctly. Armageddon's also utilized, so at this point in time, the players are also forced outside of their comfort zone. Yushin Bullet did start to strike hard, but it's still taken down with 1v2 in the end, and Lil Boy's gonna put a full stop to the fairy tale. As Asterisk, they lose another round, and Global Esports, they had another round to the tally.
Again, a different kind of an A strategy execute where they went in guns blazing. Instantly just bombarded the site, went on, captured A, and ensured that they will be prepared for their post plant, and that's what they did. Of course, they lost out on numbers. You've got the other players from Asterisk. They have been stepping up. They have been hitting those shots, but always one step ahead. Other players of G Academy, and just like that, down to the series point, back for survival and Asterisk. No room for error anymore. that added pressure definitely is surmountable as NV2K this time is lurking around B.
I'm pretty sure Global Esports Academy, they themselves do not know where they want to go properly. NV2K, the man's catching too much hurt upon himself, needs to back up, and that's what he does.
I must wait a moment.
Bullet. Oh, he's really getting eager. The only concern for Asterisk is that they just don't really have the proper suitable weaponry to go for this duel. And that's why you can see the hesitancy coming through. This was a mistake from Bullet. Should not have went for the raw peak like that. And since the opponents have got better weaponry, they come out on top in that duel. Reset. Now the man needs to be the one to stop this entire force towards C. Blue Boy from the shadows utilized Ace Sight once again in hands, but look at this cracking shot. Hard shuts down NV2K towards mid. The man who was lurking and constantly showcasing the presence, not in the game anymore, but Ryzen is there to get the quick trade. A 3-on-4 on the board. At this point, it feels like the chances for Asterisk to try and stay in this tournament, they're starting to fade away with every single man that's currently dropping. 2 more men left. You can pretty much say these are the final 2 chances for them to try and make a comeback and stay alive inside of the tournament for a bit longer, but Yui snatches one away, and in the end it's a double peek towards the defender spawn, and they get the final man as well. Global Esports Academy, they have successfully eliminated their opponents, Asterisk, from the split 2.
And look at NV2K, really pleased with how he performed and his entire team. A salute to all the fans, and
he was bidding them adieu.
He was also bidding them adieu. You can see it the other way also, but yeah, love it from these young guns. But for Global Esports Academy, I think they knew in the final round what needs to be done. Asterisk, they got a little desperate, and it had to be, right?
Yeah.
Because we have seen, even in the past couple of rounds, they have managed to secure a few 50s. And there have been those moments where they have been proactively going out, venturing. Gotta feel bad for Bullet a little bit, Necro.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, any other day, and maybe in some previous rounds, he had connected those shots. Him missing out, he's gonna be feeling quite gutted. Hard did make up for it, but did not have the best of utils. Also the loadouts to follow up, as a result of which, Asterisk, they crash out of this tournament.
But still, the second map was much better compared to the first one. In Heaven, they gave it all they had. But only if they would have played the same way even on the map of Icebox, maybe things could have been a little bit different. Maybe we could have seen that mentality shift as well come through. But NV2K, he was just free roaming on the map every single time with defense. It's like no one was able to stop that, man. NV2K was like water.
At this point, you know, I'm kind of quite unsatisfied even with how Asterisk played around with their timeouts, right? They did not take a lot, and even if they did, they could not get those conversions. And all those rounds that came off for Asterisk, those key crucial rounds, were either 50s, where Global Esports Academy could see them making some casual plays, just lurking around, finding some off peaks. Barring that, I don't think strategically they've really tested G Academy, because every single moment, G Academy was just one step ahead.
In my opinion, it felt like it was a game of timing more than anything else. It was more about catching each other off guard. It was more about creating those off angles and just getting the advantage when it comes to the duel itself. It was not even a proper tactical game, to be honest. As I mentioned, it was just all about finding those perfect timings, and Global Esports Academy was just better in finding those crannies. We've got the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Yubi with 22 kills and the ACS of 319 and 3 first kills. Solid stats from Yubi. This man on Vice was unstoppable.
You know, be it Killjoy, be it Vice, he has pretty much made it out loud and clear. He's here to dominate, and he might have taken some time in Split 1, but come in Split 2, he's also prepared. Such an exciting prospect also for the future. Young rookie on the board, and he's been getting some good numbers. He's been drawing a lot of attention. I'm pretty sure he's also going to be the MVP of this entire series, but when you look at the team stats, I think yeah, this time little evenly contested, that one extra thrifty, but Global Esports Academy just were the better team on the server.
Straight up. I mean, Global Esports Academy, in this matchup, they were unmatched. But let's not forget, for Global Esports Academy, the moment they keep on moving on further inside of the tournament, the more tougher opponents they're going to be facing. So for Global Esports Academy, the hard work's not done yet. They're still inside of the elimination bracket. Anything can happen. The moment they slip up, they will be eliminated from this tournament, just like the way Asterisk now has been eliminated. If you move on towards the player stats and the individual stats itself, Yesh was able to pop off quite well. 19 kills, 17 deaths. The man was doing his job. But on the other side, when you've got a player like Yui who's consistently fragging and then backed up with a man like NV2K who's able to find those consistent lurks, it's really tough to shut down a team like that.
And even for Hart also, there were so many of those rounds where he came in with those clutchy plays, but Rinsat did not have the best of outings with ISO. Yeah, there were a couple of times when he had his ultimate, he converted that, but barring that, you know,
Yeah, he could have done
resource-wise,
more.
yeah, I think they could not really fit that ISO into this composition or could not really work around with it.
In my
Yeah, go
opinion,
on.
it's not about fitting ISO in the composition. It's more about the individual performance of the player. He straight up just messed up. He was not able to perform. That's not really a lot to say in those regards, because ISO is literally made for absolute insane players, right? It's more about dry peeking the opponent, because that's what ISO allows you to do. So that shield protects you from the first shot. It's more about dry peeking when there's an operator, when you know the opponent's got the operator. You're dry peeking with ISO. ISO gives you a lot of that leeway.
But again, on the attacking side, you could not see that presence being felt by
Yeah,
ISO.
exactly.
You could not see him deploying his abilities, just maybe putting that wall forward, going along with it. And somebody needed to act. Whilst Global Esports Academy, you could see NV2K, he was given so much room, he was just coming right on the face of the players, taking them down, and suddenly, you know, a 10 on 16 on ISO is not acceptable
yeah.
by any standards. So, yeah, Global Esports Academy, they live to fight another day. They have survived this gauntlet, but it goes on, like Necro truly pointed, and they will be finding out who their next opponent will be. As the second matchup, folks, we have .exe taking on EXE. Now, we know .exe players, but for EXE, again, new team coming in, it's going to be an interesting matchup.
All right, you know what? Let's just try to break the ice directly. What do you think the scoreline is going to be for the second matchup?
You know, I mean, I believe in RVK, so for me, .exe could potentially be a 3-mapper.
Could potentially be a 3-mapper.
Yes,
I
but
feel like
for
you're
me,
just trying to
.exe.
be as formal as possible.
I'm just
You're
trying to
not
be
really-
humble.
You really think, okay,
Yeah.
you know what? We've got a lot of predictions today, and this man's prediction is definitely quite vibrant.
I'm playing it safe.
Yeah, he's definitely playing it quite safe. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this with the second matchup.
This is the moment we waited for. Everything you want is right here. We gon' give them what they got. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Boris. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना. तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां, कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त मेमोरिया या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees, would you just surrender? Put your back down on your knees, would you I am the Put your back down on your knees, would you just surrender? 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the 'Cause I am the Raja.
One enemy remaining.
You know I'ma live by the team, I'ma fight by the team. If it comes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off, what's the leisure? Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Chalo fir aa jao sare, ek mare fir ek bari gare. Sare mere bantar bhave, registan mein bhi hum nadiyan baha de. Chalo sale de man bahane, palatna mat jab hum aa jaye samne. Aur kar tere baare, mere meri team mere piche kya karega tu jab I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back in my team, we adapt. We a family from around the world, we are back. You can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. And I said I got your back. हम खड़े फिर यहीं ऊपर आसमान नीचे जमीन पूरा है अब हमें यकीन बढ़ते रहना आगे और चढ़ते रहना ऊपर साथ मेहनत है और हमारा जमीन खुशी हो या गमी जीत की तरफ है बढ़ते जाना लड़ते जाना कभी माननी है हार नहीं We work hard and we play hard चाहे जितना भी दिखे हम गंभीर चलो करें मजे I said I got your back and my team we adapt. We a family from around the world. We are back. You can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. All we do is improvise and adapt.
One enemy. Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
welcome back after that short break, and now it's Scared Yet with me for this second matchup between the players of .exe and XOGG. Scared, we already did see the first matchup itself, Global Esports Academy just 2-0ing their opponents, and now we move on towards .exe and their foes. What do you think is going to be the outcome?
To be very honest, I think so it might actually go to a 2-0 as well for .exe with the way how we've seen the plays going on here and there, right? And that has been the big statement or the big thing about both of these teams. EXO and on the other side, yes, there were a lot of expectations when they came into this event itself, but again, with the way how their matchup went against RNTX, there were a lot of loopholes, to be very honest. So I think so it might be .exe taking the W.
And you know what, since we've been speaking so much about the teams, let's move on and have a look at .exe's lineup. We have seen them perform in the past once, and they played against SNUL Esports. Unfortunately, .exe, no matter what they try to bring on the board, SNUL was just always a step ahead. RVK, Kohli, DC, you've also got Machiavelli and Trinity inside of this lineup. We have seen these players time and time in the past as well in action, specifically Kohli, RVK, quite the OGs inside the community.
Kind of agree, and to be honest, the performance of Trinity and RVK was pretty decent as well. Machiavelli was having an off day yesterday, that's what I'm actually going to say. On the Yoru, alright, still pretty decent, but when he switched up on that Viper on the second map of Icebox, yeah, that's where the trouble began for the man. Kohli on the other end though, I mean, the man is finally showing up after a long time, but it's still kind of felt like there were some of the recaps of his prime days back when he was playing with the Grey Fox Esports lineup in 2024. So I think so with just a few more experienced matches, he might actually shot up as well.
I mean, look, the man stopped playing the pro circuit, but it's not like he forgot how to play inside of the pro circuit. So Kohli, the man's still ready and primed. Well, let's have a look at XOGG's lineup. The opponents of .exe Esports, Doxer, Roster, Triss, Scar, and let's not forget even Markai comes into play. I've seen Scar myself in action a lot of the times in the past as well. Quite the skilled individual. And let's not forget Triss, Roster, and Doxer. These guys have been there inside of the community as well for a decent amount of time. So when you speak about the experience, definitely it's there, but it's not as much as the players of .exe.
It comes down to the coordination as well and how long the teammates have been playing with each other, and I think so that's where EXO and India are currently lacking. .exe on the other side, as you mentioned, those people have been playing together with each other for a while now. Even last year in the circuit we were seeing them, or rather even in this year we saw them back in Split 1 by the name of OG. So I think so, yeah, there's a huge difference in terms of that synergy between the teammates, and that's where .exe have got that slight bit of an edge. But EXO and India, again, they've also got the boy Markai on board, and their previous matchup was against RNTX, more on the difficult end of the spectrum, or rather against one of the top two teams, let's be brutally honest, and that's one of the big reasons why they're down in the lower bracket itself. I think so they can put up a good fight.
Generally speaking, though, the first matchup itself is more about getting rid of those jitters, understanding what sort of competition you're going to be facing inside of the split 2. Unfortunately for the teams that faced off against the stronger bunch, it is quite unfortunate for them, but it is what it is. And now they're over here inside of the lower brackets to try and make a mark and prove themselves. Unfortunately for Asterisk, they have been eliminated from this entire lower bracket. That means they're not going to be seen in the split 2 anymore. But for .exe and XOGG, there's still a chance. We've got the map video on the screen. Haven's going to be the first map to kick things off with.
It's going to be surprising that even Lotus was let through in this map veto, but XOGG, they're doing their homework. They know .exe are actually struggling on their attacking side on that map, and it's going to be a pretty solid one because XOGG will basically defend on that map too. So I think so we might actually see this entirely through all the way towards split. Just saying, maybe this is going to be the first best of 3 series going all the way in VCSA Split 2.
Or maybe .exe have realized what exactly needed to be ironed out against that matchup of SNUL, and now they're going to be much more reformed and ready and primed for this map of Lotus, so they can be there to counter the opponents. But anything can happen. We're going to kick things off on the map of Haven, and things are definitely going to be spiced up. Is it going to be XOGG taking the cake, or is it going to be .exe in the first match itself? Whoever wins this first map gets a big mental boost and also a massive advantage inside of the scoreline. It's going to help them in the long run. XOGG's composition is on the screen, and the same goes for .exe as well. And we're going to see ISO being pulled out once again. .exe going for a bit more of that aggressive approach.
To be honest, this is an exact T1 composition that they normally run on this map as well on Haven. ISO with the Yoru. So they're kind of picking a few things off from the Pacific teams. I like that idea.
Yeah, and this is what even Asterisk ran in their previous matchup on the map of Haven, but it did not really work out. We did not see that impact from ISO.
There were some of the lacking ideas out there, man. Let's be brutally honest. You've got to set a lot of things up, combining both the flashes as well along with the lineups of Yoru2 with Trinity out there on the ISO pulling as a second entry back.
Maybe .exe here to teach the players of Asterisk, saying watch and learn.
Pretty brutal out there though, but maybe, we never know, that might actually be the case. EXE on the other side with the Neon along with the Breach Teho composition, already know that there's going to be a lot of futil, but seems like B main is where we might actually see the fight.
Trinity, man's trying to push all the way deep. And he's also found a lot of control too, but the main problem is Doxer's got no clue and he's straight up gonna walk into his crosshairs. Machiavelli is not gonna spare the man at all, instantly cuts him down. Doxer out of the game, Teho not inside of the play anymore, and even Trinity is able to shut down Scar. Slowly and steadily the player's starting to get dismantled, but Trinity's not gonna stop right there. Instead he gets the third frag as well. XOGG down to 2 players. And for .exe, they've still got 4 pillars, strong and standing. Roster is getting surrounded from all the different angles. He knows there's the Omen available. Machiavelli just too quick on the trigger as he shuts down the last man as well. Or the second last man. The last man is alive. Well, not anymore.
Totally heard you, and he was like, alright, gonna deliver that final blow this time around. Machiavelli though. He's pulled his hair all the way back up this time around. Normally it used to spread out on the left and right. Yeah, I think so, buff. I mean, hair back buff, maybe, you know, when you tie up your hair in that anime moment where you're now ready.
I've heard a lot of things about the hair back thingy, right?
Yeah.
So your hairline can actually go far back. The more stress you put on your hair, especially if you like to tie them in the back, so the hairline can actually start receding.
That's why you do that very rarely.
Exactly.
Just to show up that now it's time for me to get serious. You tie up your hair so that you can clearly focus.
Yeah, so
think
that
that's
your
what-
hairline can start receding.
It does not happen with just one tying.
Maybe the gamers do actually tie their hair quite a bit. That's
I don't
why.
think so, man. I haven't seen Machiavelli like this throughout the split 1 and now in the split 2, just the first game. But to be
Well, maybe
honest,
Fritz does it a lot, I guess. That's why his hairline's kind of all the way back.
absolutely. And
Understandable.
I agree with that point. I 100% agree. Or maybe it's just
Or maybe someone just pulled his hair.
someone. Maybe. All right. Here's the thing, you know. Eventually, now it's actually going to be, you know, a buy round for DXE. We'll have to see how things actually go now.
Exactly. Before now, we got to toss to a short break. There's a bit of a technical difficulty that's going on. We'll be right back. welcome back after the short break, and hopefully all the technical issues have been sorted just to make sure that every single player is going to be on an equal level. But soon enough, the first round will be starting. And it seems like .EXE's already taken the cake.
Not so equal level in terms of the buy, I guess. And as you said, they did win the pistol round out there, so this time around, they can have that better weaponry up on board. Couple of bulldogs with the Marshal into the mix, and this Marshal's gonna work like an operator. No full shields out there.
Oh my god!
What a shot from RVK.
Solid stuff. Doxer once again put out of commission. The man is not even gonna stand a chance anymore. But just look at RVK. He's there, just like the wall, and he's not going to be cracked that easily. But it does not even matter. Still, Rosker is able to do some decent amount of damage to the players. But .EXE's Trinity is single-handedly starting to mow the lawns down. In my opinion, this is still quite a decent round from the side of XOGG since they managed to take away 3 guns.
I agree. I mean, to be honest, that's a decent amount of economical damage. But there's the thing. Both the bulldogs are actually going to be kept in check in the pocket. So still, I think both the teams are pretty happy about that. Simple, fast-pledged B execute and a good hold by RVK. Got the first one out there, followed up by the rest of the few players when flooded by the entire .EXE lineup. But this round is going to be important for XOGG. The question is, how much damage can .EXE do here? The lobby is where we might possibly see the fight, because that's where the stack is as well. 4 people all the way towards the A side.
Indeed. Recon darts available.
That in his pocket is just revealing for one side.
That Recon's going to be delivering as well, scanning through the players, spreads happening back and forth. In the favor of XOGG. They've got the better weaponries too, so that's why it makes a lot of sense why they're able to win those duels. And even the Cypher gets cut off. Roster, beautiful flank that was. RVK is now going to be the only man standing. Retrieves a Bulldog. Will also have an AR in the front, so gets his hands on the Phantom. A 3-on-1 RVK, still it's doable, and actually he needs to go for this clutch as well, since he does not have anything to lose. This was sort of like a bonus buy for the players.
Shadows traveling.
Needs to take one weaponry away, and I think so that's going to be a good amount of damage on XOGG. That camera is going to give the information, every single one is going to be ready, and there's a paranoia behind this card.
Oh no, RVK shut down without getting anything in his hands. Solid stuff from XOGG, showing some sort of resilience in this one off the rip.
A lot of utility is still left in the hand, so in terms of the weaponry advantage, that's probably the main reason why I think they won this round. Got to actually rely on that heavy bombardment as well with the missiles along with the stuns from Trish too, so most of it right now is being done by roster 6-2. While the rest of the players 1-3, 1-3, 1-2 and 0-2 for Doxey, struggling a bit on the other side, but Operator in the mix for Maka, and he's actually towards B. Standing ahead.
Yeah. And since Machiavelli, his job is to find that first pick, things are going to be quite reliant on the man. And Roster, unfortunately, catches the man. Operator down off the rip. It's not a great news for the players of .EXE because they were heavily relying on the back of it. But still, the Cypher on towards the side. He can be the main difference maker as he catches 2 important picks. RVK is still available on towards the site. Now he needs to deliver on all the expectations that are there. A 3v3 in the end left over. C-site still in hand, and that's quite lucky. But look at Roster. The man's already taken a piece of that A site. Cage triggered. Strolling through the ground like it's his own.
Yeah, but it's all the way down on 9 HP, so that's going to be a bit more difficult. There's no other utility, to be very honest, apart from just a special delivery and the guided salvos for Doxer to help him out. Hold drone to try and clear out the close angles. A couple of shock darts available. Trinity with the contingency and the undercut might actually help them out a bit. And that's the 9 HP guy, the lower guy, all the way playing in hell. Positions are unknown for Scar and Doxer.
Yeah, indeed. Got it, Salvo's going to be stunning the players off for a bit. Roster's taking down real low, but still Doxer, he's doing quite a bit, and even Scar in the back is going to provide him the cover. Incredible stuff from XOIND.
And the whole point is that first opener pick that Roster actually found on Machiavelli. Now, I'll have to say Machiavelli was not watching that angle. He was watching it towards the garage outside. And the big problem is it was RVK's duty to actually save him. He could not get that pick on Roster. Roster
Yep.
found the trade, and on the back of it, the round just steamrolled out of control.
In my
favor
opinion-
of EXE.
In my opinion, they should have done it the opposite way around.
Probably.
Machiavelli should have stayed inside of B, looking at the window. Instead, RBK should have pushed up,
But here's the
looking
thing.
at grass.
But here's the thing, you know, Machiavelli had an say front back option, but for now,
Oh no, this is quite unfortunate.
Huh?
Trinity,
comms.
he's got a lot to do, and this time around, Trinity is definitely punishing even harder. He actually gets a 4K on the verge of getting the ace as well, but Machiavelli, the second duelist, gets jealous and cuts off the ace.
He just ended up stealing it away, but what a round from Trinity indeed, just serving it for EXE on a silver platter. Just moves out of the smoke, gets the first pick, trades off the second one. I don't know what Scar was doing there. He was supposed to actually look on the other side, but eventually gets caught, picks up the rifle, gets the third as well, spans through the smoke to get the fourth. My guy just won the round for EXE on his individual brilliance.
And those type of rounds can really give a massive mental edge. And probably the momentum shift is now going to be there in the hands of .exe.
Look at the smoke difference this time around from EXE, or rather .exe. They've smoked off the lobby to maintain that control and to show that they might be aggressing out there. But they're just holding their position. Normally it was EXE who was putting a deep smoke in the A-long to just gain control. And I think so they have an idea that it's actually going to be a B rush down.
Pretty classic B take. And they've also found a lot of ground too on the back of it.
Spike planted.
RBK still hesitant. Look at the camera placement. Trinity breaking that trip, giving a false sense that there's going to be a flank coming through. Just to gather some sort of attention upon himself. Even the Hunter's Fury utilized, even the Dimensional Drift was in play. But unfortunately, Machiavelli was not able to get a lot done in that return. But still, .exe starting to win these duels, and that's given them the major advantage. Doxer, he's got the flank! And he unfortunately whipped on the first man. He needs to win the second duel, and he does as well. But the defuse is coming through. Someone needs to try and stop it. Armageddon utilized. And the man needs to get out of rage, and that's what he exactly does. At least for now, he's bought a decent amount of time for himself. Got it, Solo's out, 33 HP in hand. Can Doxer really clutch it out? And yes, might just be the answer. And he does it in style. Doxer, incredible stuff. The guy at Solo is doing everything for him in the end.
And EXE could not have done anything apart from just trying to stick it through. It was perfectly played by Doxer. Gets the perfect timing. Yes, misses out on a shot on Trinity, but still was able to convert that 2K, and then the Armageddon. This is such a well-placed Armageddon as well. Clears out a bit of front so that no one can push up to him, while also reaching at the spike on perfect time, and then the salvos to wrap things up.
That should have been
Beautiful
denied.
play.
That second pick from the Tejo should have been denied. The moment the Omen got taken down, that's when they lost that round. But Trinity, once again, the man started to activate himself. The moment they decide to move on towards the A side, Trinity all by himself is starting to do some insane damage. And once again towards the site, almost could have found the second man as well, but this time, he gets shut down. All thanks to Markai.
One weapon still left.
Even the plan's gonna go down soon. .exe starting to get dismantled. Doxer, this man, he's doing a lot for his team at this point. XOGG, they're proving a lot in this momentum. Oh, but an incredible shot from DC, but RBK follows up with the same. Situation now taken down with 2v2, but unfortunately, because of that relay bolt, the advantage now back in the hands of EXO. DC, though, still left in the 1-on-2 situation. Wins the first duel, gets taken down to 32 HP. He's got 3 bullets inside of the magazine. No time to reload. He needs to go for the stick as well. He could have actually went for the full, but unfortunately, the Breach is now starting to play the mind games, and now the second stick is also going to come through. Is the Breach going to be there in time? No will be the answer. A big mess up from XOGG, and .exe taking the exact advantage.
Trez just messing up with the timing, did not anticipate the half stick first, and then lost on the back of it. I'll have to say that was such a phenomenal paranoia by RBK, because it gave them enough time to survive, and on the back of it, DC as well was able to quickly increase his pace on that lurk, taking care of Roster, who's constantly playing for the anti-flank.
It's crazy how close these rounds are going too.
I love it. It seems like both of these teams actually have an idea of what they want to do.
You love it, but I'm pretty sure .exe does not love it too much. But this time around, the operator is definitely going to start a strike. Docs are out of commission off the rip, and that's exactly what Machiavelli needed to do as well. Beautiful tripwire, that's going to catch the first med. But it's completely fine though. Even though there was a trade, it's not going to be too detrimental for the players. RVK
One enemy remaining.
still towards garage, catches the
down,
spike.
C.
Yeah, second man's right underneath, and RVK's got a rough idea of what's going on. And now with the classic to the face, but he does not even need to activate himself. Kohli will do the job.
Lovely timing for the man to push out all the way. And then catch the third one. It was, again, a great opener. This time, Machiavelli's operator paying the dues. Catching the first opener, TPing out of the harm's way. And then the garage control maintained by DC was the main key. Even though he was blinded again because of the tripwire, catching Scar out there and with the support of RVK, they were just able to maintain this control and deny the C split. I think so. First of all, again, EXE will need to play it slow. Will need to deal away with the tripwires of the Cypher first, then take these kinds of plays into account.
To be honest, Doxer is the really important man. The moment Doxer gets taken down, there's a big chance .exe has no resistance. He's the only one who's having the most amount of impact off the rip for the players of EXE. And right now, Markai. The Neon went for that P. It was quite a bold one. Taken down to just 1 HP. That's got a sting. Hitting for 149 with the operator. It's quite unfortunate. But luckily enough for Markai, he lived to see another day. But maybe not for too long since he does not really have a lot of HP. Even a blow of wind can actually catch the man.
For now, RVK is going to catch Doxer though to the other side. And this
Solid.
operator
Spike down.
finding the
A.
perfect value too. And that's the spike down, by the way. So they've got to jump out, recover it. I think so. .exe should win this round as long as they play patiently.
These individual peaks, these little advantages that they're getting, it's going to go huge in the long run.
30
Stack
seconds
on me
left.
Still.
They know. Hit. And Machiavelli's
Spike
hit man
down
is
A.
now way too destructive on the operator. Once again goes for the peek towards main, but this time gets shut down. Roster, important pick, operator outside of commission, but this BAM! Oh, they do some serious amount of damage, and just like that with the shock dart, it's Kohli to close things off.
Always out there to close things off perfectly on that Sova. Indeed, being the hunter right now in EXE. Losing the ideas. Losing the grip in this game, at least on the attacking rounds. They are anticipating those operator plays, but they have a lot of utilities.
One enemy.
Or rather those flashes to try and push Machiavelli away. And he's playing pretty solid on that timing. Now, in order to counter the Yoru, you first need to play the game slow, right? You want to make sure that the first great crash expires, but here's the thing. .exe, they're also going for those triple peaks through those main choke point. And I think so that is one of the big reasons why they're setting Machiavelli up with physical bodies instead of utilities.
The main issue is now that economical loop that we speak of. EXE wins one round, that loop can be broken.
Yep.
But currently EXE is stuck in a real bad economical loop. They lose the round, they will have enough money to buy the guns, but if they lose that round once again, then they will once again have no money. They need to play with a complete eco. And on the back of that, .exe is now starting to stack up these rounds. They have won back-to-back 3 rounds, by the way. And we're not seeing any sort of resistance from EXE.
That's why they probably took this timeout as well to break that momentum.
They're going to be relying heavily on Scar and Markai. Specifically that Bucky. They need to hope that it's able to find some sort of an impact in this round.
Aggressive A.
Scanning ahead.
That's the only option they've got left over, right?
Taking the space to Sivers, but look at the idea from .exe. Left entire A side. Heavy stack towards B, and I love it. But hold on a second. This just scanned out DC, so all of his tripwires are deactivated for a few seconds.
Oh. Player spotted! You are not supposed to challenge a man with the operator just like that. Trist, I'm not even sure what you were thinking there. You do have the utilities available as well. He had the flash.
The whole point behind that is because of the undercut of Trinity, they were just taken by surprise. And now DC is just going to rule over them. Both the players caught in garage.
Last player
Blow, it's got a sting. .exe just running through like a hot knife through butter. Another round in the tally, 3-7 being the scoreline. .exe, easy stuff.
The idea was just to overwhelm Markai with the number of players out there and then take him by surprise, or rather Markavelli out here. But the whole point was that Trinity threw a perfect undercut, perfectly suppressing all the players, or rather the ones who were aggressing. And that's why they could not force Markavelli out of that position. And everything was just basically very valuable. Now 4 major ultimates on board. Markavelli one away from the dimensional drift. This round should go for .exe.
That operator is creating too many problems. Someone needs to find a way to stop it. And maybe they have already found the way. The only way to counter an op is to go extremely aggressive, just straight up press W. And that's what they're doing as well. Beautiful dump towards the A site, the man back site. He can't do anything, does not even stand a chance to try and counter himself. And Doxer's gonna take care of the player's ball with the guided solid. Solid stuff. Trinity's position is now noticed as well on the back of that trip. That was quite the important one as well. Armageddon invested in return to try and stop the flank from coming through. Questionable decisions on the way, but Doxer maybe just wanted to create some sort of distraction. Beautiful flash that was, but still, Machiavelli, he was not able to follow up on the back of it, and just like that XOGG, they found a way to counter the operator, and as I mentioned, it is going to be blind aggression.
The only thing is that this time, towards the A side, not exactly where the operator was. XOGG decided to go for a mid-aggression. They thought maybe, or rather, .exe went in for that mid-aggression, thinking that maybe XOGG will show up towards mid. At least they're going to go in for an early flank. But again, an operator on the flank.
round in the half.
What a questionable decision out there. He tried to set things up for Trinity out there, but the flash was half a second later, rather. Trinity peaked half a second early, but it's absolutely fine. They've got 7 rounds on the Haven's defense. I think so they're going to be super happy about it, considering it's a full house on the ultimates.
Without a doubt. .exe, if anyways, got the massive advantage, and as you mentioned, just one more round to go. And probably now they're going to try to use every single ultimate available in their arsenal. They've got too much in store. Hunter's Fury, Dimensional Drift, from the shadows, Neural Theft for some info. Even the kill contract. Force their way inside of C. Beautiful utility utilization. Man backs away, had no other option than to give the side away as well. Outdroll invested
Spike planted.
for some sort of an intel. Is he going to be deciding to utilize the Hunter's Fury yet? That's my question. And as I mentioned, Doxer's being the main impact player every single time. He's the one to create that difference for XOGG and give the man advantage in their hands. Trinity did not even have a chance to use that kill contract. Hunter's Fury utilized. .exe started to win majority of the trades as well. Now the situation's taken down to a 2v2. In the end, Doxer's still up and alive. And as long as the man's alive, that's going to be creating a lot of space for the players. Machiavelli going for the stake on towards the spike. Roster still stuck towards garage. And these shock darts are starting to do some serious damage. Doxer in the far fray gets caught. And Roster, since he was already softened up with those shock darts, he was not able to win that duel.
3 major ultimates out there, with the Hunter's Fury being one of the most impactful on the back of the Dimensional Drift. I love that. Nice round from .exe yet again. A very chaotic beginning by EXO. Quickly went in for that C take, took control, planted the spike, and then Doxer playing for that anti-flank, took care of Trinity while they went in for the aggression towards the garage. But again, worst possible position to go when there's a Hunter's Fury on the other side along with the Neural Theft. And fun fact, DC, even though he lost his life, he still was able to throw out his hat to reveal an information. And I think so there's another information we'd like to reveal, and that is you've got a lot of chance of savings with the Omen laptops for up to 87,000 savings. It's got the i7 processor as well, along with the RTX 5080, something, if you use that, you can probably play a flawless Valorant, maybe.
Oh, man, you're making a lot of promises. Even though I'm in debt, I'm still going to buy it now.
It outperforms every other thing, and with the Tempest cooling, I think so that's probably the best thing. It can work as a secondary AC for your room.
Yeah, maybe I can pay off my debt when I be professional in this game.
Hopefully, if...
You know what? Right now, .exe on attack. Intention's pretty clear. They just want to bum rush towards the C site. And Scar unfortunately got tagged. And because of that, he was not able to stand for too long. .exe, even the lurk gets snuffed out this time, but Doxer, once again, this man is so good. Every single time, Doxer is winning every single duel that he's being offered.
Perfectly forming out there, and now he's on a quick look, or rather flank as well. Can eventually try and surprise the players, but I like the idea of .exe being a bit more aggressive on the side.
RBK catching Doxer. The main man's now down. The final two players going to be moving in from the defender spawn itself, but even they get struck down. .exe winning the most important round in the second half, and that's going to be the pistol round because the upcoming round is just going to be complimentary.
Should be.
Yeah.
Unless they run into a stack of some kind, but again, really solid opening for .exe. That first scan onto Scar was unfortunate. And this entire map has been unfortunate for Scar and Markai, to be very honest, along with Trist. Not the best of the best record out there. Struggling to keep up with the numbers on the board. It's only Roster and Doxer who are actually finding some kind of success, and I think so. That is the big reason why .exe have got such a big lead, and it's EXE again for the aggression. I like the idea. .exe are playing anti-aggressive play, just all the way standing behind the spawn, or rather behind the barriers.
Sheriff Sanders 40 on board, and just look at the patience paying off. But Doxer once again creates that barrier. How is this man so good? He's been performing so well, so consistently good. No matter if you give the man a Sheriff or a Vandal, he will still find a way to get the value.
No weapons recovered though, so that's a big problem. And Scar only has a shotty. He's got the paranoia to set things up for his team though, but he needs to stay alive.
Yeah. And if .exe want to continue with the bonus, they cannot afford to lose any more guns. The push this time around from Coley gets shut down, but DC was still able to shut down Scar with that Guardian. 30 HP in the hands of Doxer, and he delivers once again. That's the third inside of the round. 4 guns taken away, and this is now going to start to sting the players of .exe. But a Guardian in the hands of RVK, that can be the major difference maker right there. Beautiful peek. Just a pixel more than enough for the man to try and get the job done. RVK now spots the second man as well. What a shot that was. There's no way. He was almost on the verge of being taken down. He was way too close to comfort. .exe, they almost ate himself in that round.
Doxer is getting snappy. I'm just telling you at this point, he is owning everyone in the lobby.
The way he's playing, it feels like he's just owning .exe. But the main issue is that he's the only one owning.
One enemy remaining.
It was unfortunate for Roster though. He almost connected that shot, the second one. First one was a headshot, but it's that one long range Sheriff headshot delivering 145. But it's absolutely fine. This is just gonna mean that it's gonna be an easy conversion for EXE, or at least should be. That's why they're playing all the way widespread, every single part of the map being controlled by at least one of the player. Now just changing a few things, moving couple towards the because of that shock dart, which took care of one of the trips. Good macros by .exe as of now, though. Entire mid scanned out, fully clean. That means they can now focus on the extremities for EXE.
They indeed can. They're pretty much trying to pull off a hero Vandal play in this round.
Yep.
Putting all their eggs in one basket and hoping that maybe they can actually squeeze themselves through this one. That cage allowed them to sneak all the way towards the underpass, and now they're also going to find their way towards the side itself. Your clone utilized Armageddon.
Oh my god.
To try and stop the push of Drax, and Doxer once again delivers. He's getting a 2K every single round, no matter what you're trying to do. Stopping Doxer is impossible. And now Markai as well, he's found himself upping the heat. A 4-on-1 in the end. Coley left to try and save the Vandal, which seems like a daunting task.
That's the job.
And it is.
Get used to it.
As that creature who's making it difficult for you is just this behemoth of a man, Doxer. My man is just not stopping. I'll have to say, all the rounds that EXE have got till now,
One enemy remaining.
It's all because of that one man.
it's been on the back of Doxer, man. I need to ask for a shoulder workout, to be honest.
Really good. Whatever he's doing, it's been working out every single time, and it's not like he's doing something completely out of the box.
19-10.
He's just been better as an individual. And it feels like that agent right there he's using, he's so accustomed to him.
My ult is ready. Feels like it's the back of your hand at that point. Perfect Armageddon as well, which was used up in the previous round. Now the silver lining for that for .exe is going to be that there's no Armageddon available for the next couple of rounds at least. Unless Doxer again snaps like a madman. Stuck towards the seaside again, but there's no tripwire this time around there. One is in the garage and second one outside of the B main. And look at Doxer again. He's going to get so much information out of this A lobby take. Really scanning DC out there, so maybe a call could be made for a false information. Spike finally moving towards the seaside.
Tripwire, catching the man. And Trinity now at this point. It's you and me. Hunter's Fury is also going to catch a lot of damage.
Wow!
And he's able to take down 2 players. Coley, that Hunter's Fury right there was a game winner. And even the kill contract now finding the major advantage. Trinity, he has done his job. 2 major ultimates utilized. And those 2 major ultimates, they created some insane difference. A 3-on-2 left in the end. Trist, the man softened up way too low. And just catching strays like that through the smoke, that's gotta blow.
Unfortunate indeed. He's gonna get some chip damage onto one of the player, maybe not so.
Oh no, both of them moving from the back. Trinity's all by himself, gets caught. Doxer still alive. The clutch is still possible as long as Doxer's up. You can still count on the player.
Last player standing.
Shock Dart used, RVK shutting down Trist, but Doxer is still alive.
Enemy
And this
remaining.
man is an absolute monster! Almost got the second one too!
The moment when I saw both the players standing in the lobby, I kind of knew that Doxer would be able to isolate the duels, and he did so perfectly.
He got a 3K in that previous round too. In every single round, he's getting more than 2 kills. It's insane.
Whoa.
I'm telling you, he's owning .exe right now. He owns them.
I 100% agree. But again, to be honest, if you look at the ideas that .exe are bringing on the table, combining the undercut along with the recon dart into the Hunter's Fury, that was such a great set play coming in from them. And it actually gave them the opening 2 kills as well. Kohli, both of them with the Hunter's Fury. The first one with the first tag just because you get softened up, rather vulnerable because of that undercut too. It's a very solid utilization of that utility, and the back of it, imagine you get first 2 picks and then you're up in a 4v2 and even after that it goes down to a 1v1. That's the power of Doxer, and to be honest, in one of the replay cams we actually saw him being a little bit disappointed out there because he's been getting every single thing done, but
Exactly.
no one apart from him.
He's got all the rights to be disappointed because he's the only one who's putting up such a massive impact while the other players are just not able to reply back. Even Markai, the duelist himself, the Neon main, he's sitting all the way at the bottom with just 5 kills. Look at Scar, he's only got 3. Trist has got 5. Roster's got 13, and then you've got the man himself, Doxer, sitting on 22.
Over there.
That's a massive difference.
Cover going out.
The B hit this time, only a fast one as well. Bit of the time being bought on the back of the guided salvos, but that was enough to actually stop the pace of .exe. They decided not to actually aggress on the back of it and hold it down.
Yeah, they're trying to collect the ultimate orbs too, and let's keep this thing in mind. They've got From the Shadows available. Now it's up to them how they want to utilize it. But they got to make sure the moment they use the From the Shadow, it's got to be for a side take. They cannot waste it. That's the only big ultimate they've got.
Now, the smoke that they've actually put out right there in the lobby, it's actually for the crossing. So you can actually move towards the Sever and maybe create a bit of a question mark out there in the minds of EXE.
They want to do the same execute that they did. They're moving from
30
the
seconds
sewers.
left.
And then surprise the opponents. But that flash definitely surprised us. Made me chuckle up a bit. XOGG,
What a
they've got a lot of problems coming through, and yes, on the back of that paranoia, even that push
Down.
happened, but Scar! What an impactful hold that
30
was!
seconds left.
He's going
Just because
towards
of that
C.
one single man, it just came through, and yes, from the shadows utilized by RVK. Now the plant's going to come through as well. But does DC have the advantage spot in his hands? And yes, he does. He's holding the link.
Guardian.
He needs to go massive. DC at least needs to find a 2K in order for them to stand a chance to win the round. But RVK as well, he coupled up with the man. A 1v2 in the end. This is still doable, but Doxer is alive. That demon of a player still standing in the game. And if Doxer gets one more kill, he will also have his hands on the Armageddon. Well, that's going to be for the upcoming round, so it does not matter for now. But RVK.
Salvos were used up as well to clear, but there's still a fault line for Trist.
I don't think RVK can actually make a lot of difference, but still the time is clicking, and now the man cannot really afford for any more taps. And just like that, Doxer once again stopping the players of .exe. He's the only man who's holding .exe from losing this game. It reminds me of a scene in the Marvel Universe where Captain America is holding the chopper all by himself.
Yeah, where he actually hurt his bicep, you know.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't improv. It actually happened at that time. I've heard the story about it, but yes, I agree. Doxer has really been that man. But still, what can one man do against a lineup where all the 5 players are performing? Just imagine, Scar getting a 3K in the previous round was enough for them to actually win the round with a couple of players standing. This time around again, .exe on the pistols, moving in garage.
Oh, player spotted.
What?
But the shots whiffed. Quite uncharacteristic of the man Doxer. He was hitting every single shot on point, but then he whiffed some of the most easiest one. But it's fine. This time his teammates have came back to life.
Portal closed.
Collecting those kills towards the C side. Machiavelli can't really do a lot just with the classic, and even he will be wrapped up in a roll.
Seems like Iron Man has also joined in the fight, right? Good play from Markai as well. Along with Trist getting an important pick in the previous round. Making sure that it's not going out of hand at least. It was just the pistols on the other side, but we know how close those kind of scenarios could eventually get. It's absolutely fine.
Yeah.
Another rifle round on both, though only an Euro theft available. Machiavelli one away from dimensional drift, so maybe they want to prioritize an of at least C, but that's not happening. 4 people stacking towards the A side for EXE. Anticipating an E hit out there. It's not exactly where .exe are looking. They're focusing on B this time around.
Armageddon overdrive available even from the shadows in hands of EXE. But this time around, .exe, they're going to have none of it. Just going for the plant directly, and now they're going to try to play for the post plant, but Trinity, he needs to be the main impact maker. He needs to create some sort of difference. And he definitely does as well. That one pick is going to go a long way. EXE now getting dismantled, stopped in their tracks. They're not able to create any sort of a problem for the opponents, and RVK is now just tapping away with the skulls. Scar from the back. Can he really clutch it, though? That's my question. Throughout the entire game, he was not able to do a lot, but now is his moment to come back to life, and he's already found the footing towards the side itself.
Okay.
He's able to stop RVK in tracks, but Coley gets the return frag.
Got the first one already, but nothing after that. Again, a pretty solid move coming in on the other side, though. EXO IND. You mentioned about the Armageddon. Was used in this round, but no avail. This push from .exe on the back of the plant. I'll have to say, regardless of how good Doxer has been, RVK with the paranoia in this entire map has been phenomenal. This time around, dimensional drift.
I'm back.
Machiavelli taking a lot of space out there for his team on the
It's
C.
you and me.
And that's going to be the kill contract being used up as well. Did not really pick up even a single player out though, but gave the information that it was empty.
Previous couple of rounds, Doxer's impact is clearly failing. And that's one of the main reasons why .exe is once again starting to come back to life. 2 on 3 in the makings, and yeah, Trist is now the only man left alive. Can he really be the difference maker? That's my question. Flash is utilized to try and flush out the player, but .exe will be the one to take the first map in their hands as they put the players of EXE in a real uncomfortable spot now in the brackets. And I'm pretty sure Doxer, as I mentioned, the moment it felt like the man's impact was losing out, the moment it was missing out, that's when .exe instantly came back to life. Doxer activating himself is desperately needed now in the upcoming map of Lotus.
I mean, to be honest, at one point someone's gonna gas out, right? And I guess that was the round for Doxer where he actually lost the fight in the garage because it was a sheriff shot.
Yeah.
He tried to take it, or rather he had the Vandal himself, tried to take that shot, the sheriff right to the dome, and that sometimes is the momentum breaker, it sometimes is the confidence breaker. But to be honest, a very solid map by the entire of the .exe, because there were some good macro ideas. They were controlling the extremities of the map, also had the idea of what to do in the mid, and their defensive rounds were just picture perfect.
Without a doubt they were. I mean, in general for .exe, with the way things were going for them, right? Yeah, off the rip, we thought that maybe they might just face a bit more of that resistance, but the moment that second half arrived, DSC was just Doxer owning them, but then .exe was still converting majority of the rounds, and I'm pretty sure for .exe, what matters is the win. It's not about who they're getting dominated by or what's happening to them. It's all about getting the round win at the end of the day, and that's what they were doing.
Doing pretty flawlessly as well in a lot of those scenarios. Huli on the Sova was so impactful. We did not really see a lot of kill contract individual fights of Trinity. We were able to witness one, if I'm not wrong, when he picked up roster there. And he was able to win out of that fight. But still, he was doing a very solid job, right? Playing in the first entry for the team. Machiavelli setting things up for him on the back of the flashes as well. And then they switched things up when there was the dimensional drift available. Just pulling it all the way back up, changing few things where Trinity became the second entry. I did like the idea of what they were bringing.
And let's talk about the main difference maker for .exe as well. It all happened in the first half itself. When Machiavelli was using that operator, they were able to get so many rounds in the back of that off itself. It was 4 or 5 rounds back-to-back they squeezed in. And because of that Machiavelli play, .exe, they had the advantage off the rip, and that's why it just fiddled with the minds of XOGG. The MVP of that previous game, it's going to be RVK. The man himself was also IGLing with the ACS of 270 and 3 first kills. Solid stuff by RVK.
Just a couple of mistakes out there that we actually saw from him, but that does not matter because the number of plays that he was making that were actually so good on the back of those paranoias as well. I want to actually see how many assists they've got, because I'm pretty sure that one of the big reasons for success of both Trinity and Machiavelli was him. Even on the defensive side, whenever there was any kind of execute, he was just always there to throw it all out. And these stats are just one-sided. 14 first kills for .exe and only 6 for XOGG.
Incredible stuff. I mean, for .exe, it makes a lot of sense why it's tilted completely towards one side. But, man, I mean, soon we're going to have a look at the individual stats as well, the individual performance. And that's when you can see Doxer just straight up carrying his team on the back. Specifically in the second half, we saw some insane impacts from that player. He was constantly getting 2Ks, 3Ks, and that's why .exe was struggling so much. But then later on, Doxer was just not able to perform the way that he did. And you clearly saw the final 3 rounds, Doxer was just able to get that 1 kill. Before that, he was sitting on 22.
Yeah, but still, I mean, keeping an account for this entire game, 23-14 and then 14-16. Rest of the 3 players not even hitting the double digits, man.
Yeah.
That is a big, big problem. Markai, Scar, Trist, all of them need to step up big. While on the other side, though, RBK, 9 assists as well, highest for him and his entire team, while the rest of the players also not too far away, following up closely. Trinity 17-15-2, and then Kohli 15 and 13 with 7 assists as well. Everyone was doing a pretty solid job.
Yeah, everyone was doing pretty good. It was a well split out board from the side of .exe, while on the opposite side it was just Doxer all by himself, and there was the Cypher available underneath him. In my opinion, the Neon needs to do much better, man.
I agree.
Straight up. If the Duelist is not able to be at the top of the board, at least be on the second spot. And that's one of the main reasons why we did not really see pretty much XOGG take the cake in the first map itself. But let's not forget they still have a second chance left over on the map of Lotus, and if they're able to win that map as well, then maybe things can be a little bit more different. But for now, it's time for us to toss to a short break before we move on to the upcoming map.
Live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
Matter in the cold night. Run until I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
我的精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测，境况让人深思，可是败了你也都没办法，你的安排像灾祸，在我看来你帮着无奈，你们胜利也不是我崇拜。I'm a great, I go way, pop and paving my way through the smoke and the flame and the cold and the rain. If you wanna be me, but I stand out. You on flat earth looking at my cloud. Standing tall through the test. Standing tall through the test. 精神也很顽强，你掌握不了我是宣扬，天空变化莫测。
A heavenly result on the map of Haven for .exe, but now it's time for .exe to bloom on the map of Lotus as well to end the series in a 2-0, or maybe it can be EXE IND to rise up in the muddy waters and shine brightly to try and take us to the third series fixes. What are your thoughts on that?
You know, it was quite poetic, but by the likes of it, you know, looking at how things have been going out, .exe clearly are the favorites to win this one. Yes, we did see EXE IND get a little bit of themselves back. The resurgence was definitely there. Not a lot of rounds though, and everything on the shoulders of Doxa. But heading on, next up, like you said, it's going to be Lotus, and we've seen .exe play in Lotus yesterday. I think the biggest issue was those shot callings during the attacking side, where against when they were taking on SA12, they had no answers. They had no initiations, nothing. So that is something that .exe needs to work out if they have to easily win this one. Otherwise, the defensive round was fine.
I kind of agree as well with you on that point, that the shot callings on the attacking side, yeah, they were a bit iffy out there, and also SA12, they're just a bit too good on that defense whenever we talk about it. Just a few changes in the roster do work now perfectly. But now EXE India are actually going to be under pressure. The previous map, yes, they could not secure it, but the silver lining on the back of that is it was .exe's map pick. This one is for them, and the fun fact is EXE will start on defense. So it's more or less like you're forcing the other side to be on the weaker side of that map. I think so on the back of that, if they catch in a few good rounds, maybe they'll have the path for the map number 3.
Yeah, of course, because, ideally, to be honest, if I were EXE, I'd also like the fact that I am starting off from defense, because I know that yesterday's games really did not go well for .exe in terms of their attacking side. So might as well restrict them, get around 5 or 6 rounds, a 6-6 swap is something ideal that you would be banking on it.
Yeah.
But again, it's going to be imperative that from EXE India you would want to have Markai really stepping it up, because the previous game he was quite lackluster, still finding his footing, and now the pressure is even quadrupled, because if they lose this one, they're pretty much out of the split.
Absolutely no second chances anymore now. This is their second chance, if anything. And EXE India is again a team that did not just get a slot into Split 2 like that, right? They had to fight tooth and nail for that through the promo relo as well, duking it out against teams like Aura, and then winning against them, who already had big experience of Split 1. So I think so it's still a very solid journey, which you would want to see go a little bit longer. But for .exe as well, we know that this team, it's all filled up with all of these buddies who've been playing in the circuit, if not for just 2 or 3 years, but rather for a very long time. Very experienced out there. And to be very honest, experience sometimes always overperforms or overwhelms the new young talent.
Yeah, it does, but that's the beauty about EXE India, right? You do not know what version of EXE India is going to be at display. Who knows, they might get White Feral in this particular game when they know everything's on the line and just go all out. Something that, Asterisk were also trying to do. Who knows if their key players step up and find the players of .exe off guard, because yes, we know .exe, they carry in a lot of experience, they know what needs to be done, but yesterday they kind of fell off against SA12, so who knows, could be a different story altogether. But of course, EXE playing for their lives. You've got Omen, Reach, Raze, Vice and Teho. Quite standard from both the sides. Nothing really that catches me off guard.
I really like the composition of EXE. Again, this is the first time that they'll be playing on this map, while for .exe already have shown their face on this one. Not winning a lot of rounds on attack at all. If anything, they played 7 rounds, they've lost all of them in total, and their defense win rate is also just 50%. This is the exact same comp they picked the last time as well, so it's going to be fun to watch how they're actually going to perform out on the other side. A double duelist into a single initiator in the form of Fade, along with Kohli, who's going to be playing on that smoke standard, as you said. But I really like what EXE are bringing on the table. That breeds Teho yet again, overwhelming the other side with the utilities. We have already seen how good Doxa is, not just individually brilliant, but also on this agent with the team. It's going to be an explosive start over towards the A set for EXE.
Yeah, it certainly will be. At this point, all the players of EXE on the attacking side, and at this point, for .exe, looking at how they have set the players up, we were kind of anticipating a little bit of a brawl there. It seems like the air has slowed down. Tensions definitely so high. But there you have it, EXE trying to make some contact. But the smokes have been deployed. And .exe giving them that due respect.
the only reason why we did not see that explosive start was because .exe had 3 people stacked towards the C side, and it was the exact same trap setup that they were trying to use in their previous match of Lotus against SATUL as well on their defense. So
Yeah.
that's the whole part about it right now. Getting
Spike down A.
Good shots. RVK cleaning things up. Stanley for .exe, but Markai, this is much needed. This is exactly what you need.
30 seconds
Find
left.
such frags, get that confidence back up, and now coming in,
Find you.
pour through the trees, and there you have it. Roster spotted out. RVK, that's a nice kill. Secured as Markai deciding to venture out, waiting for the smoke to dissipate, and even for Scar. Oh, that's quite an aggro position that he's holding on to. Just waiting for the players. Oh, one of them, especially DC, he's got a nice angle. He's got no clue, but what a swing that was! Especially after taking one player down, and that flick. Absurd.
nasty one indeed from .exe, especially from DC. Earns around almost 90 to quickly take that guy down. And to be very honest, a very diligent way to re-clear all of those spaces as well after losing a member or two out there, and eventually sending out a couple of players all the way to re-clear rubble. First opener on RVK was pretty good. The answer back as well because of the haunt. He basically set himself up just like the last game. With a paranoia in the previous one and a haunt in this one. This, again, is going to be a scrappy force buy though. With the Stingers and the Spectres half shield. They're going to try and brute force their way towards B side.
Oh, interesting. This is something maybe .exe did not see coming. Still, no weapons shown. Yeah, but Machiavelli, he's gone way too aggressive. They know even round A, they have an abundance of all that information. So the pinch pretty much around B and C, and Machiavelli is going to be an interesting point of contact. Spots Doxer out, instantly takes him down, and then will follow up with one more. And before they could even retaliate, they're already 2 men down. And this completely halts the push. Markai really not having a lot of options there. Just fighting it out tooth and nail with the Spectre. But Markai is gonna squeeze in. Machiavelli gets one more. Markai gets the trade though, but not enough. Falls down to DC. Chris, the last player alive. Yeah, he's making something happen, but not enough to get them this round.
Phenomenal round from .exe yet again. Anticipating the re-clearance of the mount, and to be honest, some big question out there. Doxer running with the knife out, that too when he just heard the flash. Not anticipating Yuru being aggressive out there, because this is exactly one of the most standard plays of Yuru, or rather Machiavelli himself. We've seen him time and time again, not just yesterday against SATUL, but also all the way back in Split 1. He would play aggressively on mount, maybe get a pick or two, reposition towards the side, send out another gate crash for the CT, and then play aggressive there too. It's absolutely fine right now. For one trade, simple outside of the papers, so it's gonna be, should be a simple round for .exe this time around.
Not getting another force. They've got Stingers up, light armors on roster, other players on Sheriff, that's fine. But if Scar can connect, I think we've nothing to complain about, as roster just goes swinging in, gets that head triggered also, but gets quickly traded off. And just like that, they're on the verge of pulling off a thrifty. RVK does have the Vandal, and he's doing his work.
He's got the haunt up.
Yeah, he's got the haunt up. He's gonna do that once again, still not finding anyone, and this time Scar1 connects. And that was all that EXE needed. And they get that one on the board.
My question is, why was the paranoia saved till the very last second? But to be honest, it was very nice for them to save the paranoia for that last one pick onto RVK as well. He would have otherwise got a perfect angle with the haunt as well. Maybe I could have isolated those duels too. But a nice round from EXE GG, to be honest. Again, with kind of semi-force with Sheriffs on the board so that they could buy a full buy in the next round. They were able to quickly do good amount of damage. And again, on the back of the boom bot, Trinity as well as Kohli thought that maybe it's enough, but that wasn't the case. This time aggressive rubble.
Ooh, this time .exe weren't really prepared for that aggression coming up, and Roster is starting to feel himself. Seems like he's taken it, soaking that pressure. Oh, good contact. RBK does not miss. Despite being dazed, still managed to connect ahead. Machiavelli, he redeems himself and his team as quick kills coming out of .exe, and EXE reduced to their final play. DC compromise, but still he will connect his shot, and Scar1 left stranded as .exe put one more on the board.
It was all set by RBK with the first pick on the race and then following it up as well with another headshot. A phantom moment out there, small one, but eventually Machiavelli getting those two people in the side and then DC following it up. Lovely setup by .exe. The individual brilliance out there, but now it's going to be an outlaw into the mix along with a couple of Bulldogs and a Spectre. Funny how we're already in 5th round and still neither of them have got a good buy.
Yeah, and it was just the previous round. But they're somehow making do with the Sheriffs in hand.
Oh my
Danger
God.
Man, Machiavelli dealt with, but still answering aggression with fire. The players of .exe Trinity down too low. Now the flashpoint contact is there. Trades will come in as Roster. Quick kill. Can he salvage that weapon? That's the big ask. A 2-on-4 situation. And .exe should not be doing this.
RBK unchecked. Hey, yo, turn around, my man.
Not really ideal for .exe making those mistakes. And now, EXE starting to kind of punish them for that.
It's been such a silly first 6 rounds, I'll have to say. And to be very honest, it's going super crazy. Just have to wait and see how this round eventually pans out again. Finally, another decent buy for EXE, 1 round away, and they should probably get this one on the board. RBK has been having his ultimate as well, along with the Steel Garden for DC, and mental drift for Machiavelli. Roster pushing it all the way outbound. This is again a trap set of 4 people this time.
Oh, and Roster is cooking. Roster is hunting. Everybody being taken down. Doxer will get that final kill, and EXE, they somehow have managed to even the tits. At this point, I'm kind of baffled at the fact that, you know, in a span of what, 8 minutes, we're already down to our 7th round. More than a competitive matchup, feels like a team deathmatch at this point.
It is very brawly. Can't deny that. It is very brawly indeed. And you know what? They're not deciding to slow down whatsoever, because look at the ultimates on board. 8 out of the 10 right here. And again, Triss just 2 away from his own Rolling Thunder. Fast one yet again, but Machiavelli this time finds an opener, takes the head of Scar.
Ego contests on at this point. DC, yeah, he manages to escape from that precarious spot though. Finds himself alive. But just take a look at Kohli's position. He's pushed in way too deep into it. And this is where EXE have not an inch of clue about that.
Yeah, that rubble take is a standard position for almost all the omens out there. But here we go, Steel Guardian.
Having being deployed, Markai still finds DC. That's an important pick. And Roster, he does have that showstopper. Gonna hold it off, but Machiavelli could be his prey, and so he is. Timing really not working out for .exe. Oh, twist. Take some hitting there. Still alive though, still singing the songs as RBK. He's gonna be a little bit more patient. Trinity being dealt with. Roster is really starting to feel himself. Kohli needed to amp that aggression down. And suddenly, EXE, they do not care about anything in the world. Like I told you, they have gone quite feral, and that is visible.
They threw everything in that round except of the kitchen sink, I'd have to say. Not just from EXE, but even .exe. Nightfall invested in that one as well. Steel Gardens from both sides. Showstopper, Armageddon for EXE. What a great performance from their side. On the back of it, finally, we're going to see the .exe timeout, though. First one in 2 different maps, so definitely they're feeling that pressure.
Yeah.
Losing not just onto the duels, but rather in terms of the retakes itself, right? They were... I think so, if the spike is down, that's where EXE GG are winning. But .exe are just trying not to allow them that amount of time to set up in the post plant.
You know, more than all the minds put in, it's all about the hearts put out. You could see Roster, he's on fire. He's like a man on a mission, and at this point, anything that he touches, he's getting kills out of it. Those crucial entry frags that he's giving, he's stepping up big time, and that somehow is enabling his entire team to double down, control the site, and .exe are having tough time dealing with that amount of aggression coming out from EXE GG all of a sudden. So that little bit of a breather was much needed from their side, much appreciated, and now you can see the scarcity of creds as a result of which now on Sheriffs.
Necro has so badly jinxed Docs in this one. I kind of feel sorry there, but the explosive start on Rubble yet again.
At this point, Trinity, he's got his showstopper up. Too much investments, gets nothing out of it. You know, a little bit more calm. And EXE GG now, they're starting to control the tempo of this game. First huddle survived. It's going to be interesting how they piece this one out.
Also got the Rolling Thunder available for this one, EXE GG. So even if they kind of run into any kind of stack, they've got that ability to bail themselves out of it. A though, it's going to be the name of the game, and this is actually a stack site, so could be possible for .exe.
On deployed. Alright, through Aftershock, needs to step away, so does he. At this point, Markai, he is also connecting, he's also hitting, looking oh so deadly. .exe do not have the best of resources, but still the shots too nutty, but the trades, the numbers really overwhelming them down to a 2v4 situation. Got RBK and DC fighting for their lives. Over now, DC still gets one. RBK too good with the Sheriff, but not against so many men around. As EXO IND, they keep on pushing, they keep on pressing.
Perfect play from their side, to be honest. Taking away a few of the rifles on the other end, but here's the thing. EXE GG are going to be very happy about it. It was a stack side indeed, but they broke it apart perfectly in unison. And eventually, able to at least take that round in their pocket. Rolling Thunder cooked up perfectly. Dimensional Drift has been there for a while now, but this seems like finally .exe are deciding to take the Rubble control, but EXE GG are like, sure, you can take that. We absolutely don't mind. We're going to take space on Mount. Again, a good drone early on to try and push Marka back. Hey, yo, Maska! What? Hello?
That was so uncalled for. Gets punished. Machiavelli finally reveals his operator. Expensive investment at that. A Rolling Thunder being deployed. .exe being pushed back. Positions compromised.
Roster.
Oh, Roster. It's going to be so bad. RPK caught with his pants down there. As Trinity wants to get into new shenanigans of himself. Trades from both the sides. Doxer still on the ruling side, but Trinity not shying away, but Trist holding the game alive. Kohli now in a one-on-one situation against Markai.
5 bullets.
Has 5 to work with. Should be enough now. Down to his final one.
1 bullet.
Does he get a reload? No, he wants to go for it. Playing on confidence. Will not pay off. As EXE GG quickly convert this into theirs. 6th on the board.
Smart play by Markai at the last second. Activates the stones on the left side to peek from the right one because he knew that's the only place Kohli can actually show up from, outsmarting .exe. And to be very honest, Scar almost threw the round away. I'm not even kidding. He's the smoker of the team, and understanding you, they heard the Yoru TP. They saw Machiavelli TP out, and that is the standard place where Yoru keeps his TP up. And again, from the Shadows play which he tried to make all the way towards CT, that normally is done once you throw a smoke out there. Right now towards B, yeah, it's going to be a meat finder. Markai is going to farm up for his steel guard and run away from it.
Not looking good. Not looking good at all for .exe. And against SA2L, .exe still did have a decent half on the defensive side. The attacking, however, was an issue. And again, they're in the same gauntlet. And they also need to understand, quickly need to make work of things, especially a map like Lotus, quite prevalent around the South Asian scene. And their early struggles quite visible. But for now, they've got bigger issues at hand. As EXE quickly decide to just kind of get inside A, quick switch around, maybe towards C. Nobody deployed over there. All the men around A or either coming from the back. We'll get the plan.
It's an empty side entirely, so I think so the best thing for
30 seconds left.
EXE would be to probably just go down to the spike. Don't really give any
Spike
major
planted.
ultimates on the other side, because look at Roster. He's 3 away from his showstopper. If he gets a picker and probably dies after that, he'll be 1 away. So just an orb that would be needed. Markai as well, 1 away from Steel Garden. Still surprised though why he did not go for the plant, but it's alright. They're gonna work around something else on the back of it. Now, this gives enough time to EXE, to be honest. Maybe think about what they need to do in the next few rounds.
I mean, at this point, I would urge another timeout to be taken because they're struggling. And clearly, they cannot give 2 more rounds away to EXE.
Fun fact, the next half, .exe would be on the attacking side. But
Yeah.
the win rate is 0%.
Exactly, and you know, that's not funny at all. That's scary, at the least.
Why is Necro laughing then?
I mean, yeah, he has his own ways. We'll leave him at it. But you know, moving on. At this point, I think Necro's qualms has been actually heard. It's not all about Doxer anymore. In fact, the other players, he's the least performing player. Rather, he does not have the need to. Everybody else is showing up, especially the way Markai and Roster have been playing. It's been quite impeccable.
Roster was performing even in the previous one on that Cypher along with Dox on the Deho. This time around again, seems like he's a bit more comfortable at the base. Beautiful haunt by RBK again. Just right through that one small opening in the connector and the B. Threw it out and picked off Roster just as I was done singing his own praises again. Straight lurk by RBK and the stoppage of Doxer could be the main key of this entire fight. But look at the rest of the players too. Markai going all the way around from the spawn towards the connector.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. With the waterfall, he finds one. Trades are good. As Kohli gets one more, and Doxer, he's going to get knifed. Oh, he had a chance, but RVK is not going to do that. He's not going to do any more triggering there as .exe finally find something to latch on, a 4th round. And the best part would be here to end with another W and keep it to 7-5, which is still a very good swap if you consider Lotus.
Last round.
I was just about to say right before the start of this round that .exe would probably be looking for a 7-5 swap. Losing out on 6 rounds consecutively. I think so that was a bit difficult for them to break, but now they've got the Nightfall available. There's no other ultimate that is very close to be up and ready, apart from Chris from the Rolling Thunder, Roster for the Showstopper. So the Nightfall becomes even more impactful in this one round. The major thing is EXE have not really shown a lot of presence. Oh, hold on!
Nice. That was actually very nice. Catch the players off guard. Nice set play. Comes in, Markai. Really exuding confidence before getting taken down. They take one along with him.
That's a smoker.
And it's a 3-on-4 situation. Chris not having the best of HP. And now they have to explore A side. Scar one, interestingly, he's got an AWP on him.
It's the last round, you know, you might as well just want to invest in all the big guns.
Swapped again. So yeah, I mean, makes sense. Just wanted it for the peak.
Yep.
But now, drones deployed. Getting back at sea.
It's just to get the information of Mound and probably create a bit of question mark in the minds. Though This position from Scar is going to be impeccable. If he wins it, this might turn the round.
Let's see if he can. Oh,
30
Trinity.
seconds left.
Timing was absolutely right. He's going to reposition himself. He's got the showstopper to also play, and this time he's not going to miss. Chris getting dealt with. Scar 1 still alive.
Sees both players.
Yeah, 2 on 3 at this point. Paranoia to follow up. RVK
10
takes some
seconds.
damage. 10 seconds on the
10
clock.
seconds left.
Time is running
One
out,
enemy
and
remaining.
Machiavelli present. He's going to unleash hell. And .exe somehow redeemed themselves. A 7-5 swap.
The trap play towards the seaside working yet again. And on the back of it, .exe saving themselves from this half that was running out of their hands. And EXE on the other side though. Still keeping that lead up. 7-5 on the half. A few of shots here and there, Iffy, yes. But at the end of the day, it came down to those duels over towards the end where, and the showstopper, and eventually Trinity was able to farm up for. It was 2 away actually. Now this is where I always talk about the ult economy and why it becomes even more crucial. We'll come back to this discussion in a while, as right now, again probably towards trouble where Machiavelli fully blinded. Just have to concede the space, and B is where we might possibly see the next fight.
Just look at Scar 2 ahead right now, and Roster, so is he. Quick trades from both the sides. A 3-on-3 situation. That's .exe. B side. Oh, this is scary.
Spike down
But
A.
this DC does make it count somehow. Sure, finally going out, and now .exe quickly plant for a
It's 2v1 on the side.
Doxer.
Oh, reposition
timing.
is brilliant, and it's got the salvos up too.
Yeah, and it's gonna be
One enemy
Kohli
remaining.
had no clue, and the spike has
Spike
fallen down.
A.
Now
I have the spike.
DC around that smoke. Of course, get the plant, but I'm pretty sure a lot of utils might follow up. DC
Blinding crack.
going to be very interesting. He needs to isolate one. Cannot fight against 2 at the same
Retrieving
time
flash.
at this given point. And
One
just barely
enemy
40% HP. Oh, now it's down to the wire.
Bring around the Rosie.
Yeah. But what's gonna happen? DC has got no clue of when the peak is gonna come, and Markai, just too good on his aim, will secure the pistol for EXE.
Human instinct to go back to the safety is what probably kicked into DC. Markai just picking up the perfect timing where you could see that slight movement that DC tried to make to move towards 3, and that was the perfect time for Markai to peek. It did so. But again, came down to this back and forth fight all the way it started towards B main. And Scar as well.
Enemy remaining.
You know, this is the strength of an Omen, that many a times you can just move so far forward without triggering the sheer wall because of the shrouded step.
Find that rhythm.
That sometimes becomes useless, but so could be this case with the trap fires of
Flash placed.
Cypher, but it's absolutely fine right now. Outlaw out in the mix along with a couple of Guardians too. And the struggle of .exe on the attacking round continues, Fixes.
Yeah, and
8 rounds now, to be honest.
just pressing on the matter, they have not invested in any trades at all in terms of pistols. At nothing. Nada. So ideally we're looking at a 9-5 unless and until .exe pull off something miraculous. And at this point, quickly be hoping for a plant. They'll get that. And now time is going to be crucial.
5 classics are becoming 5 demon classics in close range.
Let's see. Let's hope for the best. Var.exe at this point, Doxer gonna make the first move. Twist is gonna get that kill, and now suddenly Roster and Twist follow it up, and nothing remains. Just bodies down and out as EXE quickly get the retake.
Feeding the orb into Doxer as well. They want the Armageddon to be up as quickly as possible. Pretty solid round again. Good amount of util usage, and then eventually all the players moving together in unison, taking down the rest of the members of .exe. 10 rounds on attack.
Yeah.
Not a single converted yet. Now I know a lot of people are going to get confused how 10 rounds, 7 of the rounds, or rather 8 of those rounds were back when they played against S8UL. 7 actually, and 2 here. So that's 9 rounds in total on the attack that they haven't yet converted. Maybe this one round where they've got the weaponry advantage. Just running away from that aggressive double take though, but Markai with the opener. I think so it's gonna be a 10-0 dot EXE struggling yet again.
Just keeps getting worse, especially after that shot. What do you do? How do you respond yourself back into this? RVK still trying to be brave. Markai, no way, no way, that's illegal. That was never supposed to happen. And yet Markai does it somehow. RVK somehow will get the plant though. DC, this was much more needed. Can he squeeze out? No. But still he gets away with it and gets the third and the fourth as well. DC flipping tables, and how?
DC is not stuck with you. You are stuck with DC. My man literally just tried to run away, but for who? I do not know, and that's a nasty way to convert around .exe. And that too when they were down a couple of members.
First now.
Jesus, first indeed, I'll have to say, but on the back of DC, that is fantastic. And has also got the Steel Garden up for this one round too. No other major ultimates on the other side, so this could very well be a pivotal round in the half.
Interesting one of that. As roster, oh my god, that relentless aggression, but at this point, EXE is playing on confidence. 9-6, the scoreline, RVK for roster at this point. Alright, Machiavelli gets the spike back. Where are they headed?
It's also used up the Steel Garden as well. They anticipated EXE to play up close to Spike, maybe guard them. It's not really the case. We've only seen one till now though, and that's only DC, who normally plays as the lurker of the team, and that's why there's no rotation being called on C side.
Oh, that's an interesting take. At this point, Chris does have the fault line. Trinity stacking in the wrong place. Yeah, and he'll be punished. Chris gets picked off, and suddenly the control relinquished. At this point, .exe will have no trouble getting the plant in. And a 3-on-4 situation for EXE. Need a hero at this point. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be Markai or Doxer. Oscar. All 3 of them have been playing really well, but Markai, he squeezes in, gets 2, and suddenly evens the numbers. Doxer, position compromise. Knows goalie where he's come from, but now look at this. Quick one-on-one trades, and now
15 HP.
Yeah, DC does not have a lot going on. He's gonna fall for that trap, and eventually Doxer makes quick work of him, and just like that, EXE get themselves back into this game.
He's got a lot of time as well in his pocket. Almost 1.5 seconds though, but what a way to convert this round. EXE. They lost their members down again, but even after that, this all came down to that retake. Perfect approach on the other side too, and you force the Steel Garden out too. That basically means it's not going to be available for a while though, but big economy in terms of the ultimate is going to be built up. Trinity with the showstopper, Machiavelli one away from the dimensional drift. Kohli as well, one off from his own from the shadows, and this is the map where we actually see pretty decent use of from the shadows. Again, smoke towards the CT, TPing out there, creating the question mark which Scar tried to create without actually adding the smoke. Wasn't a question mark though there. Funnily enough, they still ended up winning that round.
Yeah, I mean, .exe really need to stop making those mistakes, and RVK clearly not pleased with what's going on, still boosting their morals, and this is their important timeout. Nothing left after this, so they have to quickly get their heads back into the game. One more slipped out round, and seems like they will be pushed to map 3, and especially at such a worse moment when you've got roster in such a hot form along with Marsai And even for Scar, all of them, they have been firing on all cylinders. At this point, .exe not have the best weaponry. Let's see what they can conjure out of this one.
Early rubble take as well, and now understanding that .exe are not really focusing a lot on that rubble. EXE just investing a couple of few kills out there, posting up a couple of players and sending the rest of them back towards the seaside. Now this is a good setup because Markai would be able to hold the push for a while, and with the support of Trist, they're going to be able to buy enough time for that stall for the rest of the players to join or at least go for the flank. Okay. Good call on the sheer. Knew that this might actually be just the Yoru decoy. Now they're going to be calling in the rest of the cavalry as well out here. Scrappy buy again for .exe. Still got the Outlaw, but a Hero Bandit in the mix.
Point. Buying enough time to pack it in. Deployed. Trinity will still find one. And Machiavelli bought down too low, but Trinity with that showstopper is now starting to flip the tables. Markai still alive though. On 5 situation, and Markai instantly evens up the numbers. At this point, it's just back and forth brawl going on. DC, the last man alive, now in a 1-on-2. And this is where he has to make a clutch of his life, plant the spike as well. And he needs to get Roster, but Roster showing no mercy. And seems like the third map is on its way.
As soon as we found the first pick for .exe, you know, with the showstopper, Necro right on, he's sitting right next to me right now, tapped on my shoulder. He's like, see what I was saying, I think it's going to be a 2-0 and all that. Meanwhile, as soon as he saw the result of the round, his head just moved down in disappointment though. But Markai is the main reason for that, with the way how this man found those couple of picks, and then the showstopper on the other side by Roster too.
Pretty much the embodiment of a .exe fanboy. Necro at this point.
In his own words, pretty much.
Yeah. But back into it. Trinity. Ooh, that could have been a close call. Scar. So close. Paranoia. Manages to evade that one. Dark cover of himself. Kohli and Scar one trading blows after blows as .exe. This time, they look quite decisive. As DC's ventured in deep into B. And Doxer maybe has an inkling. Could be set in a trap. He needs to win this duel, and he will do so. And .exe somehow get themselves back into this. I wish we had a camera for this big man. As yeah, he rightfully is bringing in all his spirits into this one, as well as .exe get one more, but still far from the objective being completed.
We're back in like 2013, 2014, how we would raise our hands to give our energy to the Spirit Bomb of Goku. This man is giving his own energy to the members of .exe. But yes, pretty solid round on the back of the play by DC as well, I'd have to say, sending out those taunts, but a good rubble re-clear from their side. You know, they waited for EXE to take that space and then use their own utils. Re-clear that space this time around. Run away towards C. Markai's got no escape.
As of now. But Markai still gets away with murder. Finally punished though. Scar, this time, to back off. Look at this roster. Where does, how quickly did he get there? And .exe, they are in shambles at this point. EXE India just playing on pistols and toying around with .exe at this very point. And they are not missing anything at all, but still hoping for a spike plant. They'll get that though. As now the quick swing, 3 players right in front of Trinity. Gets one, will isolate, get the second, get the third. In fact, make a 4th out of it. Leaving Doxer to be the last man alive. DC deals with him as .exe fight back. But next round is going to be quite important.
It's going to be the most crucial round probably in this entire half for .exe. If they win that one, then that means they'll be equalizing the scoreline, because EXE will be back on a broken bye. But to be very honest, this also became a bit too close early on after these first 2 picks by Rosta and Markai. But it was this very moment where Trist was not able to land that trade, and again, Individual brilliance from Trinity, getting that 4K in that round, is almost completing his showstopper as well, just a few points away. Wants to quickly force out the bay. I love the smoke again. It is entirely countering the one-way smoke that EXE are putting. And it also allows you to take that off freely without basically fearing anyone pushing all the way out from three.
They've got a Nightfall, they've got a Dimensional Drift. They want to
Face
play
your
alongside
fear!
it. Only the Nightfall being deployed, Paranoia instantly to counter it. Ascar, it's going to be an interesting matchup. And he wins the duel. And he follows up, gets one more. And just like that,
Third.
EXE on the cusp of getting to the 12th round. Unless some magic spewed by the players of .exe. Ascar this time getting ambitious. Oh, Trinity has got no idea. Still not overstepping yet.
Here's the fun fact. All the way over towards Rubble. Look at where Doxer is. I don't think so. Got any kind of utility as well to try and re-clear the Rubble. So this is going to be a C hit. They haven't really dealt with this Vice shear over towards the B side too. So they
30
can't really
seconds
go
left.
there.
Shadows traveling.
Kohli finally sends out that runway yet again.
Oh no, oh no, just looking bad, make it worse for .exe as EXE. They're starting to do it. Yes, a 4K comes in and EXE smiles on their faces as they might be pushing it to the third map.
It's such a long time.
Oh. Interesting stuff. Loving it.
I wish we could have shown Necro's face right now, man. This man is literally making me laugh. But to be very honest, it's going to be an important round for both of these teams. An operator, that too in the attack, now into the mix with DC.
Oh my goodness.
Who's next?
That's as worse as it could go. As
Machiavelli.
EXE. Alright, Machiavelli being a little ambitious. Spotted out Markai. Needs to pay respect.
Big problem is that DC has got the operator, but there's not a single player that's coming on the flank. So he will need to make sure that no one pushes out of the stairs, but there's a showstopper.
And Roster connects.
Third
Trinity, one for himself. He's also gonna get that, but still gets picked off in the process. And now it is a 2-on-4, and Kohli goes unchecked, not anymore. Doxer dealing with him, and DC and Op, but nothing to latch onto. Just waiting for the inevitable as Markai gets the final frag, and EXE, they live to tell the tale as they push for a third map. What sheer resilience being displayed by this young man against such veterans, pulling this map and in a dominating fashion, and how impeccable stuff.
Very dominating indeed, without any doubt. They were able to quickly surprise the members of .exe, constantly maintaining the control of the rubble. Fixes I always talk about on the map of Lotus, especially for the attacking teams, that when the clock hits around 1 minute or 55-second mark, you have to go back to rubble, you have to re-clear that space to take that away from the defenders. Otherwise, there's going to be one player sitting there while the rest of the people can stack on the other side. And at the same time, he's going to have a forward angle in terms of those flanks, which the timing you might not be able to anticipate. That is the exact problem which was constantly faced by the side of .exe. And this is one of the big reasons why we are now going to the third map. But very well played on the map of Lotus by EXE. It was their map pick, to be honest. But yeah, I think so we're on for a very solid series now.
You know, it's a well-stated fact that .exe, they've got more experience under their belt. But if you can't outsmart them, then you can certainly out-game them. And that is what EXE just did, right? You know, the sheer cojones on going for those aggressive plays. And .exe seem to have no answer, losing their fights, overthinking, everything just crashing down. And you know, at one point you had Markai holding an angle, and then suddenly a roster out of nowhere just comes from behind, gets the wrap in, gets multiple frags. This was an absolute cinema for EXE. They were enjoying themselves, and what is now scary is that they're now riding on that momentum train, hot and heavy, whilst .exe, they're starting to question themselves.
My big question is that how are they going to come out of this one loss, right? Because they were trying their level best to eventually pull themselves back up. There were multiple 4Ks in this entire series. I think so. This is the series that had the maximum number of 4Ks that we have probably seen in all the 3 to 4 games combined in the previous few days too. I think so. It's been a pretty back and forth, absolute roller coaster of a match, but MVP surely is going to be roster. 314 ACS, 24 kills, with 4 of those being first kills. Look at the damage per round. My man has 203 damage per round. A lot of players don't even have that kind of ACS.
I mean, at this point, take a bow. Like, the way he played roster was just so good. Every single part of it. And this was a complete brawl fest. How do you describe this match? This was bizarre by all means. You know, fights happening left, right, and center. And suddenly, EXE IND back into this, you know, lovely underdog story coming into fruition.
Again, it came down to the same fact, right? .exe struggling on their attacking side. We have constantly been mentioning about the similar issue against S8UL, losing 7 consecutive rounds on attack and then losing out the pistol along with the anti-eco round after that. It basically means 9 consecutive rounds in the attacking side lost on this map. And only after that were they eventually able to gather a few rounds for them. But you can clearly look at the post plants as well. Only 3 converted out of the 7 plants that they were able to bring. So EXE were really solid on those retakes too, moving in from multiple angles, be it from the waterfall, be it from the spawn, be it directly from the mound itself, or even towards the rubble or through the connector. They were doing every single thing perfectly.
What do you... Let's take the look at Vice and the Omen. Markai and Scar, just so good, 22 and 18. And when you compare it, I mean, Kohli this time was a little underwhelming. Same goes with RVK. I mean, the start of the game was good for RVK. Quite some smart plays. But it was just all about him losing those dogfights, right?
True.
Him losing those crappy ones where it came down to those mechanical duels. Yes, he was trying to outsmart his opponents. He was getting successful. And that is where, you know, that flip switch hit for EXE IND. They're like, enough. We're trying to play their game. Let's play ours. Let's dictate the tempo.
True.
And that's where you could see them just hammering in, caring nothing about this world, getting kills everywhere on the floor, and those clutches, of course.
Yes, and I'd have to say, you know, whenever they were actually trying to brawl it against the members of EXE IND were trying to brawl against the players of .exe, that was the time when .exe were actually winning it out, but not the other way around. So maybe that's also a cue for them to prepare for the next map.
Indeed, interesting turn of event, folks, already as we get the first third mapper of Omen VCSA Split 2. But before all of that begins, we're going to be heading in for a short little break. We'll be right back. You guys don't go anywhere.
Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. Why do they doubt the kid? I'm about to prove them all wrong again. I got a low tolerance, cause they don't even know what the problem is. It's me. I ain't taking no loss. Look, I'ma always win. And I'ma do it again. Watch me win. Then watch me do it again. I'ma always win.
To live your life the way you want. Compete like the toughest challenger. Dance like there's no tomorrow. Celebrate every second you are alive. Life has no rule books, but we can give you a stage.
With it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off for some leisure. Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Total foot, I don't start it. adapt. We a family from around the world. We are back. You can never take us down. And that's a fact. All we do is improvise and attack. हम खड़े से यहीं ऊपर आसमान नीचे जमीन पूरा है अब हमें यकीन बढ़ते रहना आगे और चढ़ते रहना ऊपर साथ मेहनत है और हमारा जमीन तुझे होना कमी जीत की तरफ है बढ़ते जाना लड़ते जाना कभी माननी है हार नहीं we work hard and we play hard चाहे जितना भी दिखे हम गंभीर चलो करें मजे I said I got your back and my team, we adapt. We a family from around the world, we are back. You can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and adapt. All we do is improvise and adapt.
Player standing. Enemy shot. One enemy remaining.
towards the end, things are definitely starting to spice up as EXE staging an epic comeback into this best of 3 series. Welcome back, folks. Once again, you're watching the OMEN VCSA split 2. I'm Pixis, of course, but this time joined along with a damsel in distress, Necro, who's been having a lot of complaints about what happened in the previous game.
Generally speaking, things could have been in the favor of .exe, without a doubt. But just the way they played, just throwing so many rounds, and it just felt like the opponents getting multi-kills over and over again. And for some reason, .exe were just doubting themselves over and over again. They were not taking those fights, even though they had the confidence from the previous game transferring on forward. In my opinion, .exe, if they keep on playing the same way, if they keep on showcasing the passive nature for no reason, they will be punished just the way they did in the previous game.
And you know, when you look at the grand scheme of things, of course, you know, we love RVK and the boys, but EXE coming out of nowhere through the qualifiers and now taking on the big dogs themselves, and especially when they had their backs against the wall. So kudos to them, and I really hope they move ahead, and that would be one of the major upsets in the split 2 so far. But taking a look at the agent composition, we've got Astra coming back in, we've got a Clove also on Markai, so that's pretty interesting.
Markai, at the end of the day, he's one of those players that does do pretty good when it comes to the fragging department, so that's why they have given the man the glove. Then you've also got Roster right there with the Rays coming into play, and even Trinity from the side of .exe is going to be bringing out that Rays. Split, at the end of the day, is supposed to be a stronger map for the side of .exe, since in the past they were known as OG, and in Split 1 they were dominating. But now that there's no Venka in this roster, you can clearly see that vacancy, and because of that, they're just not able to fill that void.
Yeah, that void is definitely been fulfilled, but for now, EXE can't go to SP side. C gets the right read and instantly backs off. As now the push definitely coming in. Roster brought down too low. Makaveli gets a quick kill, and DC, he's gonna follow up.
All right, this is just an absolute mode out towards the site. They were just waiting for the players to walk outside of the smoke, and the moment that happened, the man on top of the site itself was single-handedly just dominating that B. But in my opinion, now that the map's gone to a third one, this entire series has gone to a third map, this can be anyone's cake. Yeah, it's just the first round. Pistol round at the end of the day cannot really be a dictator, especially in the first half itself.
Now gotta beat lead with lead. I think .exe have understood the grounds that they're playing in. This time they've got to win their battles. But for now, EXE again just to get some mid control this time. Will be met by Kohli, round mid. As you can see, quick transitions also coming in. Nothing to worry about, especially for .exe. No hasty movements yet made.
Yeah.
EXE this time, they've tuned the pace down a little bit.
Of course they have. And even .exe not really playing with confidence anymore. And that's been striking them over and over again. Luckily enough for .exe, the opponents do not really have sheriffs. If they did, they could have one-tapped him. Position noticed. A big mistake from Trinity, and he falls prey to the only sheriff that's available in the hands of the opponents. .exe, as I mentioned, the more passive they are, the more they get punished every single time. But this recon, hopefully, he's going to find a lot of those cans, but gets denied instantly. RBK still peeks outside of his comfort zone, and he instantly gets shut down. .exe, the one-by-one peaks are really starting to hurt now, but this bulldog from Makaweli should do some damage. It definitely does. But the main problem is now the bulldog is in hand of Markai.
30
This
seconds
can mean
left.
anything. Markai with the bulldog, even the spikes going down. DC needs to do
Spike
something
planted.
massive. Just backed up with Kohli. And speaking of Kohli himself, we haven't really seen the impact of Kohli that he's supposed to have. And when you're going to have a man like Markai popping off at such level, that impact is of course going to be overshadowed. But EXE, man, oh man, on the back of that one bulldog, they secured the round. And in my opinion, the only man that's at fault over here is without a doubt Trinity. I don't know what he was doing on top ramps.
You know, honestly speaking, it was Roster who gave them that opener, right? Those two quick kills, trying to get those weapons down, and then Markai with that classic picking up that bulldog, and .exe just falling one after the other.
And the funny part is, I just mentioned it as well before the round started. Luckily enough for .exe, the opponents do not really have a lot of sheriffs available because they only had one sheriff in their hands. And then instantly Trinity falls prey to the only sheriff that was available in the hands of XOGG.
But now, looking at the change of events, .exe not have the best of weaponry on them. Be relying on Machiavelli quite a lot to find the opener, and he will.
Spike down A.
Keeping the man advantage in the hands of .exe.
Yafasha.
Have to messing up big time as well, so nothing can be said. But RVK, the man's back in form just like the old days. RVK was known as the Sheriff King. And once again, he's doing the exact same thing. Machiavelli as well. This man's not going to be backing out. And what am I watching? A flawless, thrifty round. This has got to be a joke.
Yeah, it's a song of fire and ice at this point. .exe just one-upping EXE, a thrifty from their side as well, and now the economy is back in place.
It's funny.
At this point, you know, things have been quite alright. It's so difficult to describe the current atmosphere, but we move on. As EXE this time, they show intentions across B. You've got DC guarding it. Also a little assistance from Trinity and Kohli if required. As they slowly pace their way up. DC's just gonna shoulder peek. And he gets it.
Imagine if we were to be caught in that shoulder peek right there. But Trinity this time around is gonna kick things off. Both these teams are so solid when it comes to the eco routes. In my opinion, just stop buying. Just buy Sheriff and play on the back of that. And once again, they found themselves in a massive advantage. Unless Kohli's here to flip things apart and turn the tables. RVK from the far frame once again. The man's starting to pop off. RVK's feeling himself. And he's at the top of the game, definitely. A decent amount of damage dealt, though, still by the players of EXO India. And because of that, they have managed to do some insane damage to the economy of DXE, just keeping them humble.
Yeah, good stuff coming in from RVK, finally starting to feel himself, getting back to his old ways. And this is all about you know, who connects their shots better at this point. That's the Valorant we are witnessing. But for now, both these teams have those buys, but Machiavelli on that operator, that's going to be interesting. Quick peek from mid, got some assist. Oh,
wow.
Kohli.
Nice one.
Nobody saw that. He's going to hope so.
Caught him 4K. Straight up. Drone's gonna be spotting the operator. Machiavelli, unfortunately, the man wanted to teleport away, but this was insane! The 0 point hit the player, and because of that, he was not able to teleport away, just stuck in a corner, gets caught. And now the man advantage in the hands of the players of EXO. What am I watching? The only man with the ultimate available is not in the game anymore, but still DC. He pulls off a miraculous play, and even Trinity on the back of that is able to find one more. Now the man advantage back in the hands of DXE. Anyone's ball game still.
Could be. .exe some time. Get another smoke, but for DC,
it's funny.
It's gonna be an interesting timing against Markai, and Markai
just
wins the duel, and he gets second one as well. Suddenly the numbers favoring EXE. Markai this time shut down by the inform.
Oh my
RVK. God! Lovely stuff. But again, it all begun with Kohli making that one small mistake, and Machiavelli caught with his pants down. He's got so much util being dumped. The guided salvo, the special delivery, keeping him suppressed there in that situation. Absolutely helpless just to trigger things. And again, individual brilliance from Markai. But after that, RVK, he is now a man possessed.
Yeah, he's absolutely nasty. Possessed by a demon. The man is just devouring the competition. And now EXE, they've realized one thing. .exe is starting to win a string of rounds. They need to try and stop them. A tactical timeout pulled out. And they also realize the fact that .exe now has a lot of ultimates available. So what do you need to do to try and stop them? One thing is for sure, Trinity is going to try to use that showstopper as aggressively as possible. And since they've also got their hands on the Cosmic Divide, that's going to help them so much in the retake.
Yeah, and just to make matters worse for EXE, they did not have the best of creds, neither any of those ultis coming up anytime soon. So again, will have to rely heavily on Markai or maybe roster getting those early quick peaks. And this time around, a bit of a scatter. They kind of spread out across the map, just eyeing out for any opening picks, maybe win those duels, and then decide to double down.
Got broken buys. And generally speaking, these teams have been performing much better on broken buys than the actual buys itself. No one's scanning out the player this time around, double saturating all the way towards heaven, but they get caught. A good set play coming through from DXE. And now XOGG left with just 2 players standing. Even Scar gets softened up quite a bit. Man's barely surviving on it, and he's sort of HP RVK. He could have actually caught that player, but luckily enough for EXO, they've got the timing with them. Holy beautiful trade, turns away from the flash, instantly swings back, gets another kill. And now it's down to just Scar with 27 HP. He cannot really do a lot. 27 HP and a dream. A sheriff in the hand, 4 bullets in the magazine. RVK underneath the ropes, waiting for someone to make any sort of mistakes. I wanted to see a knife.
Yeah, he's too humble, he's too gullible, he's not going to do that. Had been somebody like an Excali or a DM or maybe Sai, they would have done that without a flinch. But yes, .exe, they've got bigger matters at hand right now. The last thing they would want to do is poke the bear. But coming back to this round, of course, you know, roster, he wanted to get off with one of his flashy plays. But seems like .exe read them perfectly well. Machiavelli, once again, back on the operator. And they've got so much ultimate supply.
Exactly.
So, ideally, .exe should not be having a lot of trouble, but you never know.
Without even winning a single ultimate, they still won that previous round. And .exe, because of that, now they can show a lot of resistance, even if they do end up losing a site. So EXO, this is sort of a lose-lose situation unless they win a fair fight. That's the only time the ultimates can be stopped from coming into way.
Spike planted.
Still, they somehow managed to plant the spike, so the retake has to be quite crucial.
This makes a lot of sense too, why they just push themselves back and let the flow of the game take over. Because they know they've got too many ultimates and they cannot really afford to make any sort of mistakes. And XOGG, what am I watching? DXE, they're starting to make the same rookie mistakes that they did in the past couple of games. And now, once again, repeating the history. Holy, the only man left alive. What am I watching? This is blunderous.
3 ultimates committed and still gave that round away. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is absolutely disastrous on multiple proportions for .exe, but for EXO-IND, they're going to be pretty happy about it. They did farm their alt ops, they did get that round, and suddenly they're back into this. Yes, there was a quiz. You can answer that at your free will, but for now, getting back into this game, they also have managed to recover their economy, Necro. And .exe once again, very gutting setback.
I'm pretty sure, as a .exe fan, if there is someone watching in the chat, this has to be extremely irritating. The way some of these rounds are being lost, even though .exe has every single advantage in the world. Hold on to that thought. The fact that Marcel still decided to pop that entire ult is insane. Went for the peek as well, instantly got cut off, but still that trade from the back was insane. Markai was taken out in that trade, but at the end of the day, it's a 3v3. RVK on the opposite side just needs to pop off. He's the only player who's been getting some insane impact done. And look at Trinity left unchecked, and that's why he got that kill onto Doxer. But let's not forget, even Roster is able to make a lot happen. A 2-on-1 in the end. RVK is all by himself. He's pulled off multi-kills in the past. But he needs to perform when the swords are out on top of his neck. A Viper on the left side towards default, and RVK forgets to check his angles. Gets punished. .exe, all the momentum is now down the drain. It's funny to watch .exe make so many rookie mistakes.
It's still fine. I'm enjoying EXO-IND at this point. The sheer confidence being exuded by the players, being relentless. What a way to stage the comeback into this series. from being absolutely pushed back to be the ones aggressing, to be the ones dominating right now. Yes, it's a 3-on-5. Now mere stats do not dictate how good EXE and D are on their aim. And now, look at this, .exe pushed back to Tatters, just playing with that Marshall, a Frenzy and a couple of Sheriffs. And they have also pulled off a Thrifty earlier.
Yeah.
So they would be hoping for that, but EXE and D this time, they're taking their sweet time for a build-up.
And the good thing is that they have 2 proactive ultimates available. Cosmic Divide and the Viper's Pit. Oh, the Marshall struck once again. No connection found now. Machiavelli needs to reposition since his ankle's been smoked off. EXE Coley anticipates someone in mid. Spots him as well, backs away towards the B site. Let's go off the Heaven control for now. Scar with his hands on the Outlaw. At this point in time, XOGG is just playing with the feelings of the opponent, just toying with them, since they do not exactly know what to expect in this round itself. Paint Shield's out, that's going to force the player back a little bit more. There is someone towards the double box, but even he gets checked and taken down just like that. And XOGG, yes, they do find a series of round, but the Sheriffs, they just click better. I'm telling you, .exe is much better when it comes to the Sheriffs and half buys, so they should just stop buying in the upcoming round.
Again, another round, courtesy to RVK and DC, the way they showed composure in that one. Just letting the players flood in, and they had their crosshairs right at their heads. And .exe somehow find some respite, 6-3 the scoreline. But now, ultimates up on both the sides. You've got Viper Pit, Rolling Thunder, and the Armageddon for EXE and D. They've got their plant and the post plant secured. But for .exe, got the Viper Pit and the Cosmic Divide. There you go. Something dictated and trades from both the sides.
Trade, even Steven on the board. DXE, they've lost out on
enemy remaining.
Just one player. Make that 2 in return now. But since XOGG, they were not able to win majority of those trades, now they're just down to 1 man. And that's going to be Doxer.
Ooh.
Quick peek around the pillar. Just toying with Doxer at this point. And Doxer went for the peek. That's actually quite bold. He could have actually went for the save if he wanted to, but fine.
I mean, at this point, given how the round is shaping out, players stepping up, the RVK needed a helping hand, and Kohli definitely responding to the call. And this round, it's going to be interesting to see. EXE and D still holding on to their ultimates, and they do not have the best buys.
Yeah.
And for .exe, they are looking quite solid. Now even RVK, just 3 points shy from his Nightfall. Trinity just 1 point shy from getting his showstopper. So they will have a lot of ultimates in this one. But EXE and D yet to make a call. And if they're gonna be playing on pistols this round, they might want to hold off, but still you cannot give away one other round, because .exe ideally would be looking for a 9-3 swap, and EXE and D need to win this one, and we know they're also equally as good as .exe on the Thrifty round.
Yeah, but the main issue is in the upcoming round, EXO is going to have the default advantage. They've got Armageddon, they've got a Viper's Pit available, they've also got a Showstopper in hand. While if you're trying to speak of DXE, they've got their hands on the Viper's Pit and even the Cosmic Divide. Cosmic Divide's of course going to be used for the retake, it's not even a question, but they can definitely try and lock down a site with that Viper's Pit. We haven't seen that proactive play from the side of DXE yet, and I'm not even sure what they're waiting for.
By the looks of it, the way Kohli has been just playing around mid, so does not look like a set play, that unless and until he decides to just lock in B and have give control of mid. Maybe DC takes on that role. That's for RBK to give the call for that, but even .exe knows getting 8 rounds on the board still good for them. 9 would be ideal. Look like a good swap, enough to somehow break the morale for the players of EXE IND. But so far the storyline, I mean, barring that first game of Haven, Doxer is yet to turn up. He's 1 in 9.
Yeah. It seems like the man's done the heavy lifting and now he's tired.
Is he gassed out?
Yeah, definitely does feel like he's gassed out. I mean, he did quite a bit on the first map itself. He gave it all he had. I guess the man's now mentally exhausted. Which does make a lot of sense too, because on the first map, he was unstoppable. Getting multi-kills after multi-kills. And I'm pretty sure there will be a moment when Doxer will have a glorious moment. But right now, .exe, they just need to find a way to try and stop all the loopholes that are being created around their strategies. And XOGG, I'm just loving the way how proactive these guys are. They are winning the duels when it comes to the mechanical skills. XOGG, they're on par. They're winning so well against .exe. And specifically inside the map of Split, it's RVK who's making some sort of a difference. The man is 13-3, and that should say it all.
Yeah, surely he has been. Especially when Trinity hasn't really risen up to this occasion. Maybe on the attacking side, things will be different. But Machiavelli, he's been fairly decent, especially the way he's handling the Marshall, the sniper's duty really. Just trying to take a shot and quickly TP away. He's been good in that aspect. Attacking side is where I think we get to see more of both Machiavelli and Trinity. But so far, I think Kohli has been playing quite well as well.
Yeah.
I think especially getting those rightful trades, the utils, they have been deployed at the right time. The angles have been fine. But it's RVK, the captain leading by example, still somehow, you know, keeping .exe in this game and by a fine margin. And now we are back. Action is on, and look at this. This time Kohli has resorted to the A side. Red left vacant, courtesy to just that one Astro smoke. They're heavily anticipating Necro that EXE IND will be hitting A.
But one thing is for sure, both these teams are extremely good when it comes to the pistol plays. And right now, they're playing with the hero Phantom, relying heavily on Roster, and I'm pretty sure Roster's job is to utilize his paint shells, create some more space, get a kill, and help the team get the plant. But how's the execution going to come through? That's my question. And look at the players of .exe. They're moving all the way from the attacker spawn. It's three players flanking them. One thing is for sure, whatever XOGG is looking for to plant, the plan needs to be executed right now. Look at this flank. This is going to be massive. Trinity and DC working in tandem, and they've completely shut down the dreams of XOGG taking this round. What a flawless one this was.
Yeah, I mean, this was quite uncoordinated from EXE IND side. You could see the Armageddon being deployed, doing nothing. Just trying to flush out DC, and he just got into a better position. A position where he could take those face-on duels, and he won that. Assistance came in at the right time, and that is just like that. The Phantom being taken away from Rosses. Gotta make do with just that judge, but he's got that paint shell and showstopper also to play along. The final round before the swap, this is where we're gonna see some carnage.
Finally, mid on lockdown. They've utilized the Viper's Pit. Accessing mid now just gets even tougher. I was just about to say, they have those two ults, and they still haven't really used it. And finally pop one of them. The Cosmic Divide's going to be utilized towards the post-plant scenario if it does come through, but right now XOGG, they're definitely sweating. No matter what they're trying to bring on the board, .exe just winning those trades, just winning those duels, mechanically sound and better. Showstopper utilized, but no value gained out of it. Machiavelli once again towards the site with the operator, and he connects the first shot. TP's away instantly. A return showstopper was available, but even that's not going to find any sort of value. But it does not even matter when you've got a man like Kohli on fire. Last two players standing, Markai and Scar, and Markai gets extremely tagged up. Scar's position anonymous, is able to strike up with one, gets the second man as well, and what am I watching? Table still being flipped. Oh my god, this clutch is possible.
30 seconds
But
left.
the only thing Coley needs to do is make sure that the club's gonna run out of time and it passes it once again.
Oh, at this point, it's looking so bad.
One enemy
Suddenly
remaining.
tables flipped.
Spike planted.
Now it's down to a one-on-one. The Viper's pit deployed, and Kohli is in a tough spot, but spots the player down. And that is how .exe will get the 9th on the board. Markai must be feeling quite gutted with himself, especially after pulling his team back from tatters. Maybe hoping to get this one round, but
Switching
again,
sides.
good C's coming in from RVK, just stopping roster at that spot, trying to enter inside onto the side, just latching him on, and then Machiavelli. Twist gets picked off, and suddenly the morals kind of took a dip.
The best part is, Markai was taken down extremely low, and still he had so much impact in that round. It's unfair. Generally speaking, this is just not fair. Because XOGG should not have even gotten close to winning that round. But they still took it real close. Way too close to comfort. .exe should have won that round single-handedly because they just had the massive van advantage in their favor. And this has been the main concern for .exe. They every single time just mess up. And because of that mess up, they end up losing the round, and then in the long term, they end up losing the entire game.
But so far, so good, at least. When you look at the bigger picture, a 9-3 swap, they've got a nice cushion, but they can't be complacent. They know a little bit of sense of security, and suddenly XYND are breathing right under your nose. The tech pause being called out. Enough to just steer off the momentum a little bit, reset things. And XYND's pistol rounds have been quite good. Their records have been nice. But, you know, would love to see RVK committing for a sheriff in this one. But seems like prioritizing his utils, and is now on a ghost. But it's going to be interesting. If XOIND do not win this pistol round, this game is almost sealed. The pressure is just too much.
It indeed is. At this point in time, if .exe ends up winning this pistol round, we know it's done for. This is a wrap-up. But if XOGG wins the pistol round, still the blood will run in their veins. So XOGG, they know the importance of this round. And the technical pause just maybe helping the players of XOGG, stealing that momentum away from .exe.
Yeah, because initially when the game started, it was all about RVK. Just keeping his team afloat. Yeah, Kohli was doing his bidding. But now Kohli also finds himself very comfortable.
Even Trinity has woken up in the past couple of rounds.
Yeah, and now this is his time to shine. Round based out of him, Machiavelli, Trinity, RVK, they've got such an aggressive entry onto the side. Whilst you look at XOIND, I think Crest and Doxer, they'll have to get the stun timings right. Cannot mess up. And more than that, you know, knowing the DNA of XOIND, you know they would want to take those fights. More of those aim tools, and would be keeping their fingers crossed that they come out of it alive. They've got a long journey ahead of them. And let's see.
Yeah. Finally, the game's going to be starting now. And as I mentioned, extremely crucial round for XOGG. If they end up winning, you might as well just call it a wrap. A 10-3 scoreline, and to make a comeback from such far back, it's next to impossible. But we have noticed a pattern. These teams are extremely good when it comes to their pistol plays.
Both of them.
Yeah.
Let's see. The dust has finally settled.
Obscuring
And
vision.
seems like it's going to be a .exe huddling up around that side. Whilst a little bit of turbulence around those mid areas. deciding to take on the Suez, and 3 men deployed by EXE onto the stage. It's gonna get interesting.
Oh, .exe a little bit desperate for some early control. Got it, solos out, and Doxer wins that crucial fight. The impact when Doxer needed to have it, he actually delivers. Throughout this entire game, Doxer was absent, but then that kill really gives them a lot of advantage in their hands. And yes, roster's position unknown. He does try to strike, but he messes up big time since RVK was right there around the corner, and he knew someone's going to try to pull off these type of shenanigans. Shots taken. Krista's position is also known. Now they know Heaven's equipped with opponents. 4-4 in the end. RVK and Trinity taken down extremely low. Doxer as well softened up. But all .exe needs to do is find one more kill, and maybe that's going to get the equalizer, also the neutralizer. And the same thing can be said even for the players of EXE. A flash peek can maybe catch the players off guard, but .exe is stuck in such an uncomfortable spot. And I'm not sure why Coley went for the peek in that moment. But the moment he did so, he instantly got cut off from the game. DC was able to strike with one, Trinity 2 backs up with another one. In the end, it's taken down to a 2v2. And that reveal also catches another man. Tristan's position is known, and RVK will put a stop to the story. DXE getting the 10th round on the board, and EXE-GG's chance of making a comeback just starts to fade away.
Again, RVK and Trinity making the world of difference for .exe. Had RVK not turned back at the right nick of time, this could have blown off in massive proportions for .exe. Could have been a multi-frag coming in for roster nonetheless, but RVK saves the day, gets away with murder. Asterisk was unable to find the trade there. And then Trinity, after the post plant, yeah, he was quite crucial, and this is it. EXE completely running out of options, running out of times. Now investing into just Sheriffs and Buckies. In fact, shot.
Okay.
Oh, Markai. That was nice.
Here it begins. The Sheriffs, the moment they start clicking, you know it's going to be bad news for .exe. A gun's dropped, and that is going to be the Spectre. And at this point on, DXE just turning down the pace a bit more. Play with the opponent's mind, make them guess. EXE-GG. Heaven control can be lost. There's no one really watching that Heaven properly, no one really guarding it. There is Scar, but highly unlikely that Scar's going to have a chance to even fight back. It does have the Shorty to back himself up. And that tether, it's going to tie up the man himself. Scar did have the Shorty, but not the time and the connection as he gets struck down in the end. EXE-GG, the two players locked down towards the site. Tristan's position is still left in check. He does have the Shorty to work with, but he can only make any sort of impact up close and personal. And you blink it and you miss it. In a moment, the entire round's in the hands of .exe. 11th round on the board, and now the chance to make a comeback is looking nigh impossible.
Yeah, and it all rests on this round. EXE will have to put all their blood, sweat and tears, the entire kitchen sink. But talking about the previous one, nothing much. Better weaponry, better presence, and EXE had no answers for .exe. Just giving away so many rounds, and they haven't found ways to shut down RVK and Kohli. And, this is it, right? They have to win. They've got the better buys this time, EXE. Looking at .exe, again, intentions clear. Just huddled around a VK, being quite sneaky there. Get some position revealed. Now he wants to go in for another peek. Oh, this might be very interesting.
Yeah. Doxer. Yeah, his position still left unknown, but he whiffs all the shots! What happened to Doxer? In the first map of the series, this man was hitting some inhuman shots, and now he's whiffing the easiest shot to Mankind. Oh my god. I just can't believe it.
One enemy remaining.
RVK in the end, he's straight up just starting to hit those shots now. .exe, this will be their 12th round on the board. As EXE-GG, they are starting to fade away. There's no way
Match point.
No way, Doxer was hitting some insane clicks in the first map of the series, some inhuman shots, and then he just whiffs the easiest shots of human mankind. I just can't believe it.
I mean, that's what pressure does to you. The easiest of shots sometimes comes the toughest to hit, and this is exactly just pressure. Given any other day, under any circumstance, he would have gotten a multi-frag. But right now, it's all on Markai. The other players barely even touching second double digits. But now, .exe, they've got their work cut out, and Trinity wants to make this one quick. Aggression through mid, and Markai getting impatient.
Yeah, and let's keep this thing in mind. Markai does not even have a shield to work with. Just 100 HP. Is really hoping on that first peak itself. Markai's the only man performing. He's got 17 kills, while the rest of the players just sitting on 8 and 9, or even 7 and 6.
Ooh,
and that's unfair. Nice. Doxer, incredible shot. That's going to cut off the lifeline. DXE, control snatched away. Coley not in the game anymore. Now all the burden's going to be on the Astra shoulder, which is DC. Cosmic Divide's available, and if they want, they can utilize the Cosmic Divide to go for the map control as well. We haven't seen that for a long time. Oh, yeah, he's taken down real low. A few more connection, and the man's going to be meeting the makers without a doubt, but you cannot really underestimate a man like Markai. Taken down in the end, and Doxer's going to be the only man left alive with just 22 HP. Next to impossible to convert this entire round, but still well fought. EXE, the amount of resistance they showcased in this matchup, taking the second map home, but the series still left to win. It's not over yet, though.
I mean, on a 1-on-3, looks almost impossible there. .exe. At this point, they know they have to seal it, and they do. RVK does his bidding, but he's got to fight tooth and nail for this victory. A third mapper, the first one at that, and .exe squeezed through. Survive elimination, whilst for EXE a very valiant effort, but down the drain as they crash out of Split 2. But nonetheless, Necro, I mean, considering new rookies on the block, they put their hearts out. I'm really excited to see what they do in the next split.
Yeah, I mean, EXE, valiant effort in my opinion. That second map was quite massive that they were able to convert. But at the end of the day, it's just lacking that experience is really starting to hurt them, and that's why they're not going to be seen in the Split 2 anymore. But good luck to them inside of the Split 3, and hopefully they're going to be there in the upper brackets, not moving down to the lower brackets, because they definitely do have that caliber. In the final map, it was just Markai making any sort of difference, while the rest of the players, they were just not able to pop off. And generally speaking, Doxer, yeah, the man played incredibly well in the first map, but then the inconsistency, it's something that hurt them.
I mean, it's just not that. It's also where experience prevailed, right? It was all about easing up the pressure. RVK knew that he had to step up because .exe, before RVK or Kohli, none of the other players had stepped up big time. And it was RVK initially in those rounds, those quick successive 4 to 5 rounds that they caught. I think RVK was the hero in that one, taking matters into his own hand. That kind of somehow set the other players into motion. And that is where we also saw Kohli get into form, and you know, by the time the second half began, it was not a lot left for EXE to salvage. And as a result of which, everything just came crashing down, and that's when you see, right, the pressure getting the better of you. And that is what hurt EXE. You know, Doxer, those waves, all those things will be haunting them, but that's the part of this entire process, right? You now learn from your mistakes, you know how to face pressure when you are in a similar situation next time. But RVK, the captain and the sheriff, did resonate and echo through EXE.
Yeah, especially on the map of Split, RVK was popping off in different margins. With the ACS of 320, it's not a joke. And 0 first kills, since he was not really the one to hold that duelist. But still, with Fade, this man was able to have a lot of impact, a ton of impact. And in general, he's also got the most amount of headshot percentage over here to 37.0. I think so that's the highest we've seen so far in VCSA Split 2 2020.
I mean, if we could have a stat for the amount of clutches that RBK pulled off. I'm pretty sure you're going to see a lot of that. A lot of those, frags towards the end of those rounds, saving .exe. But yes, EXE did want to be a little feisty. It was all about Mark. I got a feel for that man. Little off in the first game, but towards the second and third, he popped off. He was the only one who could transition from a second to a third mapper, where he kind of kept that flow of the skills coming. And you do not often see somebody playing glove in this meta these days and still being, being so good at it.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, Clove is always one of those controllers that you can also play it quite aggressive. And since Markai, he's known to be the duelist as well, he's someone who packs a lot of punch as well. It makes a lot of sense why he decided to go for that Clove pick, but still, being able to outfrag the duelist itself off the team, it's quite insane with that Clove. 17-17 with 3 assists, and then you've got Roster, the duelist off that team, just getting 9 kills, not even touching that double digit. And, well, keep that man aside. Look at Trist. Throughout the entire map, he only got 3 kills. And generally, that's concerning. Hopefully, this sort of a performance is not going to be replicated in the Split 3. But looking at DXE and their performance, everyone performed on an equal level.
And especially, you would want your experienced players to really step up. Now, Trace, Toxer, these 2 players have been in the scene for quite some time, right? And you've got young players like Markai, and this is what, young blood is all about. But the match MVP, you've got RVK, 51 kills across 3 maps. That's some beautiful numbers on the board. And when time did need him, this man had to step up. And this is especially needed at this hour, given the fact that they're going to be playing against Global Esports Academy the next time. So it would be very important to see how .exe comes in prepared, because the creeks are there. They know Lotus has been their bane. They will have to put in some time and hour, or maybe just ban it.
Without a doubt. I mean, Lotus, it's one of those maps that can anyways go double-handed, man. Since it's got the 3 sides, and we know it's also sometimes quite attack-centric, so it can really help the team that kicks things off on the attack itself, because they can have a great base setup for themselves. But we've also seen Lotus being played on defense side as well, pretty well by teams. So it's really tough to say. At the end of the day, it's about the comfort pick off the teams. And as you mentioned, if you're someone who's not comfortable enough in Lotus, just go for the bans.
Yeah, just go for the bans. Might as well just not play it for the meanwhile. But quick look at the updated brackets. We've got Global Esports Academy and .exe. Okay, they've moved on ahead. So a little bit of a change there.
Yeah.
Next up, we'll have the upper bracket. So that's going to be interesting. We've got VLT taking on Reckoning, RNTX against SA12. Whoever loses those matches, let's say from match 7, the loser will be playing on Global Esports Academy. And then the loser of RNTX and SA12, they will be up against .exe. So again, big matches for both these teams to prepare. And this is looking very alarming. But yes, tomorrow is going to be a little bit of an off. We'll be back in action day after, where we've got Reckoning taking on VLT. That's an epic showdown, Necro. And then SA2L and RNTX and age-old rivalry. That's going to be crazy.
Look, Reckoning Esports versus Velocity. It's happened in Split 1, and Velocity has dominated. So I do not really expect anything else in this matchup as well, since there's no really changes inside of the roster as well.
Hey, come on, Paradox is there.
I mean, fine, let's see how much of a difference the man can actually make. But when you're facing off against a powerhouse like Velocity Gaming, just one single switch up is not going to do anything. At the end of the day, Velocity is just built different. I understand I might sound biased, but hey, I'm just stating facts at this point. You cannot help it. Velocity has proven themselves over and over again, and they're just that good. But at the end of the day, today day comes to an end. We'll see you guys on 20th with the matches from the upper brackets. Till then, that's going to be it from me, Necro, and Fixes. We'll see you guys on the 20th.